2025 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, known as the BZA. The board members who will hear your case tonight are, to my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Brown, Mr. Seidel, Mr. Neal will be here shortly. We will have Mrs. Jessica Smith here shortly, and we have Mr. Jordan to my left. So thank you for being here. Staff members present are Sally Brooks will be here shortly. She'll be sitting here. Ms. Genesis Clark is here. Mr. Cole Hare and Ms. Jenny Working. Kelvin Hugie, to my right, is our BZA attorney. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and SC Code 62970. 15 days prior to this hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier, a sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to property owners within at least 300 feet of the property, and to parties in interest. Persons, organizations, and the news media have requested declaration of our meeting, have also been notified. Board members, the meeting notes for the October 6, 2025 public hearing were sent to you. Are there any changes? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
I so move.
Mr. Truslow with the first, Mr. Brown with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are none opposed, so the motion carries. Our case rulings from this and any BZA meeting are available for public review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following matters: appeals of zoning-related administrative decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, or decision or determination made by an administrative official in the administration or enforcement of any zoning-related regulations. A two-thirds vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. A special exception is an exception issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within a zoning district upon demonstrating that such use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, otherwise known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that the special exception request meets all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. A variance is a relaxation by the BZA of the dimensional regulations of the ordinance where such action will not be contrary to the public interest and where, owing to the conditions peculiar to the property and not the result of the actions or situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of this code would result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And such variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of Laws of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance request meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering evidence pertinent to each case. If the members of the BZA feel the need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding and that we can take no action that will negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented with written information submitted to the staff by the applicant or by the applicant's agent for each case. The information is now considered to be evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed that it is complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location of the application's effect on surrounding property. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need for additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed via certified mail to applicants and via U.S. mail to neighbor and community interest notice list. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next step in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and if the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed to the circuit court. SC Code 629-820 states that the appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after decision of the board is mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives the court of the jurisdiction to hear the matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All of the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made, either in writing or orally. Each person who wishes to address the board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before they provide testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, those wishing to speak will please stand as a group, and Mrs. Working will administer the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to the case, limited again to 5 minutes. I will then ask all those speaking either in support or in opposition to the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition, again limited to 2 minutes, and then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of fact and conclusions of law. Tonight, we will hear 1 old business case and 9 new business public hearing cases. Before we start with the first case, we do want to entertain a motion to modify the current agenda. We have 2 cases that are currently slated to be heard at the close of the evening, and those would be cases BZA 0925-00905 and BZA 0925-00906. We would like to move those in front of, or to be heard following BZA 0925-00899.
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
So we got a motion by Mr. Seidel and a second by Mr. Brown.
Question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jordan.
Why are we doing that?
The case in the middle for the Charleston water systems is currently listed as cases 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on your agenda that will all be heard together. So we'll push that to the end so that not everybody in this room that's interested in what could be a lengthy discussion has to necessarily sit through that.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. It's unanimous, so thank you for that change. With that, Ms. Working, if you would start with our old business case, BZA 0725-00882.
The applicant and property owner, Luke Wetzel Harper, requests a variance to reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback by 7 feet to 8 feet for a proposed single-family residence at 3862 Ablite Road, which is TMS number 614-0000767 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located within the Special Management S3 zoning district. On September 8th, 2025, the board heard the applicant's request to reduce the required 25-foot front street side setback by 2 feet to 23 and the 15-foot interior side setback by 9 to 6. The board deferred the case due to several public comments in opposition, including a petition with 60 signatures and multiple residents voicing their concerns at the meeting. Following the meeting, the applicant revised the site plan to request a reduction to the interior side setback only. The revised plan also reduces the driveway width from 20 feet to 18 feet and shifts the home approximately 2 feet northeast to further mitigate the requested variance. The property and surrounding properties were designated as a 10-mile community historic district designation on June 21st, 2022. On January 11th, 2024, the properties were rezoned from low-density residential R4 zoning district to special management S3. The 0.25 acre property is vacant. This is the location map, the zoning ordinance requirements for the interior side setback, the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on October 14th, 2025. Abe White Road. This is the revised site plan. The plat. And regarding the approval criteria, staff stated that it meets 1, 2, 5, and 7, and that it may meet 3, 4, and 6. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. We do not have any requested conditions or recommended conditions for this case.
Are there any questions for staff? Mr. Seidel?
Yes, is it possible to show the previous submission and then side by side to see what how they have changed? Is that what that is? Mm-hmm. Okay.
What page is that in the?
On the PDF? I don't, you'll have to.
I'll find it.
Yeah.
There's no side
Oh, there's no side by side in the thing?
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Just the slide. Made it a little bit bigger for you. But basically, again, just reducing the driveway width from 20 to 18, and then they shifted
Not much.
2 feet to the northeast, the house. That's the major change, plus pushing it back the 2 feet
Okay, thank
to
you.
meet the front setback.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for my tardiness. Mr. Working, there are numerous comments that came in opposition or public comment. It's 20 pages, but how many comments were there? Do we have a number on that?
Yes. I did have that. I should have had that.
How many were in favor? How many were opposed, or they were all opposed? I just didn't know. I saw the pages. I just didn't know the number of people.
There were 13 public comments in opposition. 7 of those comments and the petition were received for the original hearing. So the 60 signatures were from the original hearing.
So it went from 60 to 13?
No, there were 4 extra comments, I think.
There were 4 what?
No, 5 extra. Yeah. 13 total.
13 total, and how
Yes.
many were in opposition?
All 13.
And the previous one had 60.
Well, that's the petition, correct?
Oh, the petition had 60 and then
Yes.
13 additional.
And 7 last time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So for a total of 13, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Working, were there any opposed that had flipped from being opposed to supporting the application now?
I'm not aware yet. I do know that he was planning on meeting with them this weekend. So our deadline for public comment was Friday at noon.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant present? If you would come forward and state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve your request.
Good evening. Thank you all for taking the time to hear me. My name's Luke Wetzel Harper. I'm the owner of 3862 Abe White Road. We currently live at 412 Carriage Lane in Mount Pleasant, 29464. A brief background about myself. I was born and raised in Beaufort, South Carolina, about an hour and a half from here. My wife, Taylor, who's here, was born and raised in Mount Pleasant, about 10 minutes from the property. Graduated from Wando High. We met at the University of South Carolina and both graduated in 2021. We purchased this property in February of 2025. We love the area, love the location. It was, close to where my wife grew up and has spent her entire life, and it's close to the marsh, which I've called home for my entire life as well. After reviewing the floor plans and looking at our site plan options, we came to the conclusion that it would be, best for us to pursue the ability to receive a variance for the left side setback. due to the narrowness of the lot, it being 60 feet wide and a 15-foot side setback on each side of the property significantly reduced the ability to build something that was suitable and, in our opinion, reasonable for that piece of property. We obviously came in front of you all in September and presented a lot of these facts. Since that point, like Jenny said, we adjusted our site plan to shift the home 2 feet back into the property to mitigate the front setback issue. We decreased the width of the driveway from 20 to 18 and shifted the house 2 feet to the right to minimize the side setback that we're requesting. We also had the opportunity to speak with some members of the 10 Mile community after the hearing in September. Since then, we attended a 10 Mile community meeting that was, I believe, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and got to meet some members of the community and kind of hear their concerns and kind of what they've been dealing with from previous developers in the area. And then this past Sunday, we met at the property with several members of the community to review what we were planning to do with the land that we purchased. So again, like we touched on briefly already, we're requesting a 7-foot variance on the left side of the property to construct a single-family home with a driveway on the right side of the property. That'll be 18 feet. We're taking the time and energy and investing in going through this process because this is a primary residence for us that we're planning on living in for years to come, and we'd like the opportunity to build something that is suitable to our needs and is, in my opinion, a reasonable use of the property given the dimensions. The lot is less than 60 feet wide, and we have a storm drainage easement that's at the rear of the property. So these two kind of constraints that are outside of our control that we're not able to change at this point is kind of the main driver for us requesting the ability to shift the home. Another small fact I would say is, our site plan, we currently have a 27% pervious coverage. That includes the home and the driveway. The home is currently only taking up 17% of the property. So I believe that's a fair amount. In conclusion, I think that this is a request that is reasonable for us, and we're hoping for the opportunity to, move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. We'll start with Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Acting Chair. First question, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I somewhat remember this from the last time we voted on things or deferred it. You're not the developer that split these lots up. You're just the owner of Lot 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay,
we purchased.
So you don't own the other lots next door?
No, sir.
You came in and bought the subdivided lot that turned into Lot 3?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, Ms. Working, if somebody can pull up the last plan and the revised site plan, I think there's just a clerical error or a submission here, and I just want to make sure for the record we're voting on the right thing. So on page 21 on our computer slides here, it looks like the previous submission shows Lot 2, yet in the new submission it says Lot 3. And I wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same lot first before we go further. Is that just an error on the submission of the thing? Can you see what we're talking about here?
I can't see it.
How do we make sure that he can see that so he can acknowledge we're talking about? I mean,
we were requested to update the lot number, and
yeah, and that's what I figured.
Honest, I can't remember if that was before the September 8th.
So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page, that it's the middle lot.
Yeah, they do have the same TMS numbers.
Yeah, and that's why I was just making sure. Because one of the original plats shows lots 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
And I wanted to make sure we're not talking about anything else. So I'm trying to understand and maybe you can expand for me. I'm trying to understand what your hardship is pertaining to this lot. I understand what you're trying to do, but what is your hardship? What are you not able to do, or can you have a smaller house? Can you move something around? Tell us why you need this variance. Not you need 7 feet, but why do you have to have it? I mean, is it because you're trying to build a house that won't fit on there? I mean, expand a little bit more detail on why.
So, like I said, I believe the cause and what created the undue hardship is the width of the lot and how that restricts.
All right, well, let me expand a little bit more on what I'm
Sorry.
trying to have you explain to us, and maybe you don't have an answer, which is fine too.
Okay.
Have you looked at other options? Have you looked at other designs of the house? Have you looked at putting the porch somewhere else, or you can have a little bit, you can put the driveway somewhere else? I mean, what have you done other than, oh, we're going to need a variance if we come up with this plan? I'm trying to understand, what have you done? Is this your last resort, or is this, you need a variance because you want to do it this way?
You know, I believe the floor plan that we selected is about as narrow, is the narrowest floor plan that we could find. We did look at options of shifting the house over and centering it and, you know, having a front driveway and kind of changing some stuff around and pushing it back.
Because, I mean, it looks like you could move the house, and I'm not an architect nor an engineer, but it looks like if the house was moved to the center of the lot, you just have a little bit more narrow driveway, and that's what's pushing everything over, because you've got a screen porch in the back and you've got a cover porch in the front. So it looks like because of the layout of the house is why you need the variance.
Again, I believe that we believe it's the most reasonable layout for what we're looking for long term with the property. If we were to center the house on the lot and move it back, it cuts the area down where we have access to the backyard. We have, you know, the ability to fence it in the way that we're looking to, and it creates a hardship that I believe you're right. We could adjust to fix, but I don't believe that it's the best use of the property, nor I don't believe that it's what the property would be intended to use with that width. If it was slightly wider, it obviously wouldn't be a problem to move it over slightly.
And Mr. Chair, if I can follow up with one final thought on it, is there a septic tank back there in that area that's going to limit your use of the yardage?
We have a drainage easement that is between 30 to 40 feet at the back of the property. It says variable width drainage easement.
Right, but
So
you still got a good bit of yardage in the backyard, but none of that's being used for septic tank, or?
We don't have a septic tank. No.
So you're going to be on city, you're going to
be on the city water. and
city
sewer
water.
Is what we're on. Yes, sir.
Okay, that gets me, Mr. The square footage of the house?
The total square footage would be 2,100 square
Okay,
feet.
thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. One question related to that, and then we'll get to Mr. Jordan over here. If I remember correctly, when you purchased this lot, you had a plat from 2023 that showed 5-foot setbacks, side setbacks. Was that factored into your decision for purchasing the lot, and then you found out later that the setbacks were larger because of the historic district overlay?
It did. You know, that was, I think, we looked at the S3 requirements, and there's width and length and other issues that it had that, you know, we reached out to Charleston County prior to purchasing it. Obviously, this is a huge investment for us. So we reached out to say, is this a problem? Is this going to be something we can work through? What is, you know, and we were told the lot dimensions are not a problem. The lot is going to be grandfathered in off of the recorded plat that I believe was on the slideshow as well. The setback requirements on the side you would have to adhere to, but you would have the opportunity to file a variance appeal, which is what we're doing, obviously. And that was a factor into us. You know, I think having 30-foot setbacks on the side of a 60-foot lot makes it incredibly difficult to build something that is going to be long-lasting and, you know, utilizes the property the way that it was designed to be used. So to answer your question, yes, that did factor in at the time that we purchased it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jordan?
So, based on what I heard you say, it's my impression, and please tell me if I'm right or wrong, but you have listened to some of the concerns this board had, and obviously you have had discussions with the staff. So would you say it's fair to say that you, at this point, have made a good faith effort to try to take care of as many concerns as there are out there?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I applaud you for that, as one, because so many people don't do that, and they walk out here mad, and they don't realize that if we can, and there's some way that can be done, we want to help people, not hurt people. So thank you for doing that.
Well,
I
thank
just
you.
want to bring that to the attention of this board.
Ms. Smith?
I noticed most of the public comments were from the previous submission. Do you think that in your outreach to the local community that you've changed some minds around you? Yeah.
I believe so. Like I said, I mean, we spoke for 15 or 20 minutes to a couple of the members who were here at the last hearing in the parking lot, got to know them, and then we've been to a 10-mile community meeting at the center off of Seaside Road and or Seafood Road, and then we met with them on Sunday. And yes, I think that we've been able to make a lot of ground. I don't think that the changes to zoning that they're petitioning for are designed or meant to impact what we're doing. I think they're trying to obviously stop some of these multi-billion-dollar housing corporations that are coming in and building subdivisions. So we spoke with them. My wife went to Wando. She knew a lot of the people that they knew, and we had a very good relationship. And I think that the temperature has changed between the piece of property and the community since we purchased it and since we've had the opportunity to get to know the members.
Thanks.
Any other questions down here? Mr. Truslow, go ahead. You nodded at me twice.
Thank you for coming. I recall when you were here before, and I want to echo what Mr. Jordan said about reaching out, talking to you members of your community, because one of the concerns we have or factors is what impact this will have on the community. In that vein, how does the size of your proposed home compare to others in the community?
I believe it compares. Well, I think there's a varying size. You mean the size square footage of the home?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's in line with what's currently in the community. I mean, there's a pretty large gap. There's a home that's 22,000 square feet that's right across the street from where we are, and then there's homes that are 800 square feet. But I think that we're in the majority. For square footage homes in that area, I think it's a very reasonable, and like I said, we're taking up 17% of the property with the home, so it's I think it's a very reasonable home, and I think it fits in well with the area. If that answers your question.
I think that does answer my question. I was trying to see if it was going to perhaps have an adverse impact on the community. One of the questions was asked was, how does it compare to the size of, what was your square footage? I live in a community where we see some really big, huge houses next to small ones, and then they're on short-term rentals, and you'll see 20 cars parked in the front yard some days. You've answered my question. Thank you very much, and I wanted to again echo the comments of Mr. Jordan.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Seidel?
Mr. Harper, thank you for your presentation. The width of the driveway, we reduced it, but it's still 18 feet wide. Are you planning to park cars on that? There's no garage for your property, is that correct?
No, so we do not have a garage listed. We're planning on parking our cars. Like I said, this is going to be a long-term property, so
Right.
I'd like to have the ability to park more cars in the future. I would like to have vehicular access to the backyard. I have used trailers for work, and I'd love to own a boat at some point, be able to put it in the backyard without having to drive around the house. And that was our main decision when designing the driveway, was to one, for future use, and then two, for accessibility to the property.
Did you look I'm not trying to design your house for you, but did you look at parking, instead of using the driveway for parking, you just used a narrow path for the car and then parking in the rear of the house, which would allow you to center the house more in the lot and avoid the variance request?
We did, and again, it would cut down the usable area for our backyard, and relatively substantially. We did look at that as an option, and it is not the option that we would obviously prefer to do. We'd like to be able to have a full backyard and be able to use it for storage and whatever other things that we want to use in the future without having to park our cars back there. So yes, sir, we did evaluate that, but again, I believe that's an undue and unnecessary way to design the property, given with the way it's currently laid out.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you, Mr. Harper.
That's it.
Yep.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should approve the application.
Hey, my name is Taylor Diaz. My address is 254 River Oak Drive, Mount Pleasant. I am the property owner directly to the left of Luke's property. My address we're building a home is 3858 Abe White Road. So my property would be the one most affected by the variance. I've intentionally, Luke and I have been talking for a while because we kind of bought our lots around the same time. So we've intentionally shifted our house all the way to the left side of our property. So there will still be a lot of distance between the homes. But yeah, we believe, I'll speak for myself. I believe that the house, it's a reasonable size. As Luke said, there's a broad spectrum of houses, styles, sizes, elevations. Their house, 2,000 square feet, is not dissimilar to any other house in the neighborhood. The house that we're building next door is actually going to be almost 2,800 square feet, so it'll be quite a bit smaller than ours. There's only 4 other houses at the moment on that street. Very minimal impact. I think the lot was zoned at a time with R4 setbacks. They actually tried to divide. I have a half-acre lot. They tried to divide it into 2, so there was going to be 4 quarter-acre lots. I was blessed that they chose not to do that, so I have a half-acre. But it's a lot. There are 2 lots right there that would never be approved under current S3 zoning, and certainly not with the zoning overlay. They don't even meet the minimum square footage requirement under the new overlay. So just in the position he's in at the moment, the plats have been approved, they've been subdivided, and he's just trying to work within, the restrictions that are in place. I have been at 10 Mile community meetings as well. I've been, going through my own process of going through Historic Preservation Committee to get our home approved, which was approved by the committee last month. And I was at the meeting yesterday with 2 of the community leaders. And from all my interactions with them, my takeaway is that they're wonderful people and they're very sympathetic to the issue that those 2 lots present, specifically Luke's lot. I think they're very sympathetic. But as Luke mentioned, their concern isn't this specific lot, but more it's Dreamfinders, it's Lennar Homes, it's the developers that are trying to come in and put houses on top of each other. And the S3, the zoning overlay, it specifically is meant, and this is directly from the community leaders themselves, that all this stuff is meant to prevent developers from building faster than the infrastructure can absorb the new homes. Obviously, that's not what Luke's trying to do.
Your time is up, unfortunately. Okay. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. But first, can you tell me what your last name was?
Yeah, it's Diaz.
Diaz.
Can I mention one pertinent thing real quick?
Sure thing, Mr. Diaz.
So there was a misunderstanding at one point because it came up with mine that I think a lot of the backlash was because there was a history of Nest Homes who owned those 3 the developer that developed those 3 properties and owned them previously. So I can't speak for everyone, but I know in my personal journey with the Preservation Committee, a lot of community members were still under the impression that these 3 lots were being built by a large developer. So.
Okay. All right. Mr. Diaz, hold on 1 second. I might have questions for you. One, I do want to confirm your lot, if looking at this map, is the one ending in 250, correct?
It is.
So you're on the side where the variance is being requested, and you're the individual most directly affected by the request. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you pull up the plat that has all three so we can confirm? That was literally my question.
I can't pull it up, but hopefully Ms. Working can. So.
Yeah, that one. So we're talking lot 2 on this slide.
Correct. I own lot 2, and our home is going to be all the way against our setback on the left side.
You have a question?
Okay, Mr. Neal, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. So, yeah, that is my exact question. So, although you're going to put a 2,800 square foot house, you're going to move it way to the left side. So, I mean, your lot is considerably bigger than the applicant's lot. But my question was more geared, I just wanted to confirm that. My question was more geared about the meetings that you attended. Were there, because there's no homes that are across the street, so having somebody that is going to be directly impacted by a variance is wonderful. So thank you for taking the time to educate us on this and showing up tonight. My question is about the meeting. Were there other homeowners there that were objecting? Are they in the community, or were the like lot number 3, or excuse me, lot number 4? That's vacant, not being built. I mean, have you heard any comments from any of that or any pushback?
Yeah, lot number 4 is actually owned by a good friend of mine, who's actually my agent, represented me on lot 2. He's completely in favor of what Luke's trying to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Diaz? All right, thank you for your time. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? If there's no one here to speak in opposition to this application, we shall close this case to the public. And at this point, I will ask the board members if they have any other questions for staff. All right, well, with that, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Seidel.
Mr. Chairman, I move that in the case of BZA 0725000882, that we have approved this variance request. You've heard testimony from Mr. Harper, and additional testimony from another property owner in the vicinity. And through that, and through the submissions, I conclude that all of the variance requirements have been met. First of all, that there is an extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the slot. We've heard testimony with regard to the size, and the applicant has made effort to reduce the variance request since the last time the presentation was made for the case. The conditions do not apply to other property in the area. It meets that criteria. The unnecessary prohibits and restricts usage of the property. The size of the home is not an extraordinary size, and in keeping with some of the other residents in the area. The variance will not be substantial detriment to adjacent property or the public good. We've heard testimony from Mr. Diaz that says he has no problem with the variance which adjoins his property. It will not establish a use that's not permitted in the zoning district, and the need for the variance is not a result of the applicant's actions. I think he's explained that his home wants to entail reasonable use of his rear yard, and I think it's not extraordinary action required to adjust for that. So, and it will not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. So I move that we approve.
Were there any special conditions recommended by staff on that one?
I think there were, wasn't there?
No. Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Seidel, a second by Mr. Jordan. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. So congratulations, your application has been granted. You will hear from staff within, they'll mail a decision to you within 10 working days, and they'll let you know the next steps in the process. So thank you for your time this evening.
Nice work.
All right, our next case this evening is case BZA 0925000898.
The applicant and property owner, David Gregory of Riding Ranges Outdoors LLC, requests a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 3626 Berry Hill Road, TMS number 27706000116 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the east and northeast and the south are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district, while properties to the northwest lie within the City of Charleston jurisdiction. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence of approximately 1,420 square feet of finished living area with 3 bedrooms constructed in 2013. The applicant proposes to utilize the residence as an extended home rental by making all 3 bedrooms available for rent, providing 5 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR, and accommodating a maximum of 7 guests. The property is not owner-occupied and therefore does not qualify as a limited home rental, and it must be reviewed as an extended home rental in accordance with ZELDAR requirements. Here is the location map. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to STRs in the R4 residential zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on October 14th of 2025. Here are pictures of the subject property, single-family residence, and its parking, adjacent properties, Berry Hill Road, the site plan, tenant notice, and the plat. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Do we have any questions for staff? Mr. Neal, no questions for this one? All right. Man, Mr. Hare, you're getting off easy on this particular one. All right. Is the applicant present? If you would come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should approve your application.
Hello, my name is Kevin Sellen. I'm the owner's representative for this one, and I live at 2158 Gulf View Drive in Charleston, South Carolina, 29412.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've reviewed the application, and I believe it to be true and correct. I live within 10 minutes of the property, and yeah, that's about it.
Are you the applicant?
No.
Are you the applicant's representative?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we're going to need some more information, I guess, to approve this particular request. Can you let us know things like how he intends to list it? And if I remember correctly, this applicant is serving abroad at the moment, or
yes, sir.
stationed elsewhere. I don't know where that might be. And he wants to rent it out while he's deployed, correct?
Correct.
And
yeah, this is a family home. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's a family home. He's deployed. And who will manage this property for him?
I will.
You'll manage the property for him. All
yes,
right.
Sir.
Mr. Jordan, do you want to start with your normal questions that you ask?
You read my mind. So you said you live 10 minutes away?
Yes, sir.
Suppose there's the neighbors are complaining about noise at 3 a.m. in the morning. Are you going to get up and go over there?
I'll probably call the cops first, but yeah.
You're going to do what, sir?
Call the police, notify the police.
That's a good move. But what are you going to do as a representative?
Go to the property.
Okay. Are you going to answer the phone, or is your recorder going to answer it?
What's that?
When they call you, the neighbors, are you going to personally answer it, or is your recorder going to answer it?
Yes, sir. I'm going to personally answer. I don't have any employees.
Good man. Thank you.
This is a small family-run business. I'm not trying to be large.
Thank you.
Do you manage other properties in the area?
Yes, sir, a handful.
Okay. Mr. Sutto?
Has the applicant or have you talked to the neighbors around this property to inform them that you're planning to rent it and that giving them your name to contact in case there's some issue with people who are short-term rentals for the property?
I haven't done so, but I'm happy to do so. We have friends that are on Berry Hill Road. We're involved in the community there. But I'm happy to do so. I have spoken to, I believe it's the adjacent property, who they notified us that the mailbox had been hit. So we were able to respond there and get that repaired.
I think it's a good idea because if you get a lot of complaints, it'll be hard to get it renewed going forward, right? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for the applicant's agent?
What,
Mr. Jordan?
what about parking?
The parking?
How many people can park on this?
It's a really nice sized lot with a large driveway. 5 cars can easily park. Yes, sir.
And how many bedrooms?
3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. And to the comment about noise as well, we do post the noise ordinance inside the rentals just so that everybody's made aware. And in communication through Airbnb, we also have that in the listing. So it's a very clear point of communication that there's not to break that noise ordinance.
Thank you.
And it's helpful to us as managers too, because I don't like those 3 a.m. calls.
I would not like them either.
No.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this application? All right. This application is closed to the public. Are there any other questions of staff? With no questions for staff, we'll entertain a motion. Don't all jump at once. Mr. Truslow, please.
I'll make it. Mr. Chair, I move that in case 0925000898 that we approve the application for a special exception subject to the recommendations of staff. We have jurisdiction over this matter. It's been properly posted, noticed. The requirements that we must consider are set forth in Zelda Section 6.8.2C 1 through 3. We've covered all of those in this application and the presentation. The matter's been thoroughly investigated by staff. I would find that this application is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and it will not adversely affect the general welfare character in the immediate community. No showing has been made to the contrary. Number 2, adequate provision is made and exists for such items as setbacks, parking, fencing to protect adjacent properties. Number 3, this complies with the applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards and ordinances that apply to this matter. This is going to be a short-term rental limited to 144 days while the owner of the property is in the military and is deployed away from the area. So that is my motion. Again, the recommendations are made by staff.
Special conditions made by staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made by Mr. Truslow and a second by Mr. Neal. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any? Mr. Neal, did you vote? You seconded it, I know, but that doesn't necessarily mean
I
anything.
voted yes.
Okay. All right. So that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. Staff will contact you within 10 days via certified mail with the final decision. Please contact them for the next steps in the process. Thank you for your time. All right. Mr. Hare is up with our next case, which is BZA 0925000899.
The applicant and property owner Susan Gislason requests a special exception to establish a short-term rental property extended home rental at 1445 Grimble Road Extension TMS number 43101000007 on James Island of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located within the Special Management S3 zoning district. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence of approximately 2,940 square feet of finished living area with 3 bedrooms constructed in 1950. The applicant proposes to utilize the residence as an extended home rental by making 4 bedrooms available for rent, providing 6 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR, and accommodating a maximum of 8 guests. The property is owner-occupied. The owner has previously obtained a limited home rental permit in 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, and currently here in 2025. LHR permits allow for up to 72 days rental days per calendar year in aggregate. Here is the location map. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to short-term rentals in the S3 Special Management Zoning District. The 300-foot radius map, the aerial. We posted the property on October 14th of 2025. Pictures of the subject property, surrounding properties, Grimble Road, photographs provided by the applicant, the site plan, the tenant notice, and the plat. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Looks like Mr. Neal has a question for you.
Yeah, if staff can pull up, I'm on slide 28 of 30 of what we get to look at, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Really quick. So I'm looking at these 2 pages and seeing the dotted line for building setbacks going right through the middle of, is that the shed or is that the house or both?
So the one on the, if you're looking at the left, is the first structure that was put on the property. Those 2 other darker sections that you see on the right were 2 additions. One, she got a permit in 2022 or 2024, and then the other was in 2022 to expand the house. But I don't.
Were there variances put in for any of those? Let me fast forward to why I'm asking, because obviously we're not here for a variance on those properties. But if the building on the far right screen is going to occupy any people, then I don't really know what's next door. I'm just trying to understand. We could be having noise issues and stuff like that since they're already in a setback, and then we have other complications. So I'm just trying to understand before the applicant gets up here where I'm going with it.
I'm not 100% sure which side of the building she plans to short-term it out. That might be a good question for her. But I don't see in our system where she went for any variances regarding setbacks.
And then my final question, Mr. Chair, is do we have a number of how many rentals, short-term rentals, are in this general vicinity?
Yeah, within the 300-foot radius, there was 0 that were within the county jurisdiction. There was 1 that was in the city's jurisdiction.
That's great information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any other questions for Mr. Hare? Mr. Jordan?
How about within a mile? Or are there any mile or 2?
I don't believe, sir, from what I looked at, I don't think there was any.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for staff? All right. Thank you, Mr. Hare. Is the applicant present? If you would come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should approve your application.
I do have copies of my little 5-minute speech, but maybe you can just ask if you want them.
No, that's just go ahead and read it into the record and pull the mic down so we can hear you, please.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Susan Gislason at 1545 Grimble Road Extension. This is why you should grant this variance. My property is in an old James Island neighborhood, 5 minutes from Folly Beach. Spyglass, the apartment complex is on the corner, and I live a short distance down the road in what was a small cinder block cottage, which was rented on Airbnb by the previous elderly owner. So the location is rental and family friendly. My son lives 2 minutes away with his wife and his 2 kids, 7 and 9. He came to live on Folly Beach in 2004 to go to college at Trident Tech, transferring to get a degree finally in research electrical engineering from the Citadel. So his graduation party and wedding were on Folly Beach. They with room for my other 3 kids and their kids to come for fun and dinner. The elementary school is on my road. This location is where my family is. I put up a modest addition, making 2-car garage, new living quarters, and family room attached to the old cottage, the original cottage. I have rented parts of that on Airbnb for 5 years. I'm a super host. I have a 4.85 star rating. I am also a South Carolina property manager in charge, licensee. There have been no problems in these 5 years, none. My neighbors accept me, and we watch over each other. One gives me his pecans. The other one has removed an old trailer house and cleaned up an empty place with his grandson and family moving in. So my presence has come to improve the property values and build community. I'm here. I bought this place to bring my family together and to make my lifelong dream of creating a self-sustaining home come true. I designed the house. I designed the circuitry. I designed the water collection system. I planted fruit trees, and I even built a small greenhouse with my granddaughter. I signed up for a solar plan in order to use those federal and state incentives that reduced the total cost by 30%, but not for long. They disappear at the end of this year, and I need to continue making money right now. If I rent with this extension 144 days, not just 72 a year, I can pay when there's lots of usage from the renting. I can also sell electric from my collected electricity while I'm not renting, while I'm not using all that power and shutting down my extra circuits. Dominion is in a contract to buy back at an agreed retail frozen fixed rate for the remaining life of this solar system. 3 experts have run the numbers verifying that this will work if I can just rent more days. I want to live in a self-sustaining house and lay low in my later life. My legacy is to dare my kids to do more than me. Maybe we all need to recognize this new modern business model where a senior like me at 77 can age, pull her family together, and make a living all in the same place. Sorry. This is like pretty important. Pull herself together, pull her family together, and make a living all in the same place while contributing to the community in quality ways, including continuing to pay Charleston County hospitality taxes in the new easy online payment system. Oh yeah, my grandson Leaf just graduated from Fort Lewis Engineering School in the Four Corners area of Colorado. Also a research electrical engineer. I must be a good example for him, too. Please help me make this timely last stage of my really cool dream to come true. If there are any questions, please ask. Oh yeah, I'm going to be there at 3 in the morning, and my son is only 2 minutes away. And if there are any problems, we'll fix them. Thank you for your time and consideration. After all this work that we've done, we should have some of the good ideas happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I'm sorry if I butcher your last name, but
Icelanders keep their father's first name, and
Okay.
Gisla is a very common first name like Robert. So it's Gisla-son.
Gislason. All right, thank you so much, Ms. Gislason. One, I think, question that's answered in our staff report, but you You have rented this property out in 2020, 22, 23, 24, and 25 as a limited home rental. And have you had any issues during that time?
No. I've had cleaning help back me up. I've done all the filling in all the loose cracks and crannies of anything that could go wrong. I just got the HVAC. I've got the whole new addition up and running, and now I've been jammed into trying to get the solar system in really fast before I lose this $30,000 incentive. And I would have taken another year to try to do that, but right now I can do it. Mathematically, I can do it on my Social Security and renting for 144 days. And I asked my son to go over the numbers so that maybe I made a mistake. And then I also had my friend's son, who has a big solar company in Iowa, go over the numbers. And
We need to stay focused on your application for the extended home rental.
So
But appreciate the additional information about
well,
the solar.
the deal
but-
will be worth doing, and that's why I need the extension to do it.
Okay. Mr. Neal?
Thank you. I'm back to that same question I asked our staff. Can you, staff, pull up that picture?
Yes.
So if the applicant can see, we're looking at monitors down here, that's why we don't have to turn back, just so you know. But if you can see the picture on the right, where it says existing building, I see the entryway and stuff like that. Is that the layout where the bedrooms are and stuff like that, where they're going to be? Or is
Yeah.
that where you were going to be, or whoever?
That's the two bedrooms, are one in front and one in back, and the bathroom is in the middle, and it's got a 4-foot property, my property, to the next door neighbor's driveway and his property.
That's a
is-
driveway next door?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
next door.
That's
He
good
only has one
information.
car. And we have advertised to rent without any events, with no, everything is in the advertisement for the place, that there is no, it's a place to come to rest and
I get you.
and be protected.
And I just want to follow up on what the chair said. You have no violations from the county on noise ordinance or any issues with the
No.
property? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Jordan, you good? All right. Mr.
One
Trueslow?
question.
Okay.
There may have been a typo. Thank you for coming, and you made an excellent presentation. I noticed in one of the reports that your home has 3 bedrooms, but you're asking for permission for 4 bedrooms. Are there 3 bedrooms in this application for a special exception? Are you asking for 3 bedrooms or for 4 bedrooms?
4. The original unit has 2 bedrooms, and the new above the garage apartment has 2 bedrooms. And then we do have room for the 8 cars.
So there are 4 bedrooms?
Yeah.
All right. I understand. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown. Did you have any other questions, Mr. Trueslow, or are you good?
No, I'm done.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Thank you for your time tonight. Just so I'm clear, there's 4 bedrooms. Is there a 5th, and that's where you're living, or are you
No.
living on site or not?
I have a family room. The cottage is here. There's a what could look like a breezeway in between the two, which is sort of an entry with double doors and then sliding doors and a patio out in back in the middle. Then there's a 2-car garage with a family room, and then above it is a living room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms in the upstairs apartment.
So are you living in the house while you're renting it out, or you're going to live
I do
somewhere?
live in the family room, and I have a Murphy bed that comes down. So it's
okay.
not really a bedroom. It's a kitchen and a bathroom and a family room with table.
Okay,
and
so there's
chairs.
2 other bedrooms in the cottage and 2 bedrooms in the
Yep.
new addition. You're in the middle, and you'll be
Yeah.
there while it's being rented out. You
And
live
I-
there. Okay.
Most commonly, like a couple and their kids, or maybe 2 couples is the normal customer.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't understand where you were living and all that, but
Yeah.
I understand now. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, Ms. Giesleson, thank you so much for your time this evening. Let me see if there's anybody else here to speak in favor of your application. All right, right, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? So we have no one to speak in opposition, so we'll close this case to the public. So you can go ahead and take your seat now. Thank you. And I'll ask the board if they have any other questions of staff. No other questions of staff, so we'll entertain a motion. Mr. Neal has a
One quick
question.
one. So I think I'm following up on my fellow commissioners here thought process. It's owner occupied, so is what she's applied for the 4 bedrooms. So is it a requirement that she will have to be there in that Murphy bedroom? Because I thought I heard testimony that she is staying down the street in another center block house or something like that. Or is there not a requirement there, or what is this? No.
Hold 1 second. You've had your chance. We'll call you back up if we need to. This is a question for Mr. Hare.
For the extended home rental, it does not have to be owner occupied.
Okay.
Either way, I'm not sure if she's there all the time or where she's
Right.
staying at, but on the tax record, she's claiming the property as her legal residence, so that's why we still stated that it's owner occupied. And then regarding the bedroom question, we were just going off the tax record, and it was stating 3 bedrooms, but I think might be just need to be updated because she's done some additions over time.
Yeah, that's fine. That addresses my question. Thank you, Mr. Hare.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Neal. Thank you, Mr. Truslow. And thank you, Mr. Hare. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Mr. Truslow.
I made the last motion, so I'd please me to make this one. I think it'll be efficient. In case 0925000899, I would move that we approve the application for a special exception. And for the audience, the law requires us to state in each case, even if it's the same thing, we have to still repeat these. If there were an appeal, we would have a complete record. So please bear with me. I've moved to approve this application for a special exception for short-term rental. It's based on the same criteria as stated before. There's been proper notice. There's jurisdiction. The criteria are set forth in Zelder 6.8.2C 1 through 3. All of those criteria have been met clearly. I would make my motion subject to the 4 recommendations made by staff. Specifically, in this application, I find that it is compatible, number 1, with existing uses in the vicinity and more importantly, will not adversely affect the general welfare or the character of the immediate community. I would note in that regard that this property has been successfully rented for many, many years without problems. We have somebody on site and a son who live close by. Number 2, adequate provision is clearly made and exists for such items as setbacks, buffering, fences. There's parking for 6 vehicles. Number 3, this complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of the ordinance. So the application is in proper order. I would find that a compelling reason has been made to approve. That's my motion.
Thank you. We got a second by Mr. Brown and a motion made by Mr. Truslow. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Your application has been granted. It's passed unanimously, so you'll hear within the next 10 days about the next steps in the process. Thank you for your time this evening. All right. For those of you that were not here at the beginning of this meeting, we have moved, I think, 5 cases to the end of our meeting tonight, and those are the ones related to the Charleston Water System project. So at this time, we will go ahead and hear case BZA 0925000905, which will be presented by Mrs. Working.
Oops, I gotta find it. Hold on. Almost there, sorry.
Sorry to throw you off at the last
No,
second,
that's
Mrs.
fine.
Working.
All right, got it. The applicant and property owner, Louis De Luna of Edisto Island Youth Recreation, represented by Emma Strong of Davis and Floyd, Inc., requests a variance to allow the removal of a 30-inch DBH diameter at breast height grand laurel oak tree to accommodate construction of a roadway providing access to the proposed Edisto Youth Recreation Center at 1642 Clark Road, which is TMS number 08000000023 on Edisto Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the north, east, southwest, and west are located in the Agricultural Preservation AG 10 zoning district, while adjacent parcels to the south are located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district. The applicant is currently in the site plan review process for the proposed Edisto Youth Recreation Center. This is the aerial, this is the location map showing where on Edisto the property is located. This is the zoning ordinance related to grand tree removals, the 300-foot radius, the aerial, zoomed out. We posted the property on October 14th, 2025. This is pictures of the laurel oak. And then there were two other trees that were approved for removal, so we don't need to be concerned about those, but they're mentioned on the site plan. I'll show in a minute. So this is the one that needs the variance. This one, the elm, was approved by our arborists, and as well as the red maple. Clark Road, Hog Crawl Plantation Road. This is the overall site plan, and then this shows those trees. So everything was approved except for the laurel oak. And then the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated it meets 1, 2, 3, and 5, and it may meet 4, 6, and 7. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary. In the event that the board needs more information, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 30-inch DBH tree by one of the following methods. A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch for inch replacement. B, depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the ZELDAR. Or C, a combination of both A and B. Mitigation shall be completed prior to tree removal. And 3, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the ZELDAR. 4, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance throughout construction. A copy of the tree preservation plan shall be submitted to the zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit issuance. And that concludes my report. And do you have any questions?
All right, thank you, Mrs. Working. I know Mr. Neal would like to kick us off again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just cleaning up some issues that I have questions on.
Is your mic on, Mr. Neal?
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The questions I'm trying to track down, thank you for clarification on the 55-inch red maple we don't have to worry about, and the 26-inch American elm, and I don't even know what American elm is, but that doesn't matter because we're not going to bring it up. So we're on the 31-inch laurel oak. I didn't hear what grade it is, but I also have on our notes it's a 30-inch. So is it 31 or 30-inch? Because if they're going to do mitigation, we got to get the inches correct.
It's 30 inches.
It's a 31-inch?
Let me see.
Because it looks like their paperwork The slide I'm looking at, slide 28 of 29, shows 31 inches. So I was
Well,
wondering-
yeah, this is what our arborist measured as 30.
Okay.
And it was a B grade.
It was a B grade? Okay. That's good, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other questions for Ms. Working? Ms. Smith?
I doubt you know, but do you know the age of the tree? Because I know laurel oaks are
don't know.
short-lived. Okay.
He did talk about, Sally, I don't know if you know what it's called, but the way the roots are, it's basically like kind of like a swamp tree. You could see like the trunk of the tree. It's kind of interesting. I don't know the word for it.
You don't have his birthday?
It's called fluting, Mrs. Working, just so you know.
Yes.
Fluting. There's an expert.
Any other questions for Ms. Working?
I have one for staff, but not Ms. Working, for our
Yeah,
arborist.
that's fine.
Is that all right? The grade of B, did you do the report on it, or is it just taking the report from staff? I was wondering why it's a B. Is it disformed or just shaped or dying or whatever?
I didn't do the report. I do need to be sworn in
Oh, you did. Oh, sorry.
because I didn't have to come in late.
I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks, for clarifying that.
I didn't. Kyle went out there. I imagine the B grade was there. Usually, if there are any defects, they would just be minor, small defects. I imagine the B grade was probably due to this situation with the roots that are
The
kind
fluting.
of buttressed out. Yeah, and that's typical for something in like a wetter area.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And to confirm, this tree is within the wetland crossing that's proposed for this.
Let's see. Yes, it
Yeah.
does look like it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? All right, is the applicant present? All right, if you would come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should approve this application.
Good evening. My name is Louis DeLuna. I live at 1009 Long Branch Road, Greeleyville. I lived in Edisto Island for about 10 years prior to moving. I'm a board member of Edisto Island Youth Recreation, one of the co-founders with Mr. Middleton, and the authorized representative. Thank you so much for hearing this. I'll try to give you a brief summary of why we're doing this and what we're trying to accomplish. Edisto Island Youth Recreation is a 501c3 nonprofit, all-volunteer organization, which really has two main functions. One is to provide free sports programs to the kids in the local area, and that includes Edisto, Hollywood, Ravenel, and also to build and maintain facilities for these sports programs. That's really the purpose of the organization. We were really blessed with a Greenbelt grant to purchase 145 acres on Clark Road, Edisto Island. That property has a conservation easement, which allows active and passive recreation. It allows farming, and it restricts further development. The property was originally 9 lots, and those were dissolved, so it's now one big lot. We spent a lot of time and effort on optimizing the location where we're crossing the wetland. We had landscape architects, professional engineers, we hired an arborist, and surveyors, amongst others. We also had a great deal of support from the Edisto Island Open Land Trust, from Tom Austin, who might be speaking here tonight. We optimized the location based on impact on neighbors, impact on trees, and impact on the wetland. The location we took, we feel, optimizes all those features. We have received and approved U.S. Army Corps nationwide permit that allows us to cross this area. we are disturbing about 0.4 acres of property, of wetland out of, I believe there's about 37 acres of wetland on the property, and there's 145 acres total. Like I said, we have a conservation easement which has strict requirements that we must follow. We also have a greenbelt contract which we have to follow, and we have a county contract, and all those things are recorded with the deed. So when we selected this driveway approach, crossing of the wetland, we had an arborist look at the trees, and I think, like what was discussed earlier, the drainage ditch, the trees are in the vicinity of the drainage ditch, and they're not water trees. So I'm not an arborist, so I'm not speaking from any area of expertise on this, but they are all impacted by the water. And our arborist felt that they were all not fully healthy in his report. I think the report is in the package you have. So we felt pretty good about the location we picked based on the impact on the wetland and, again, the impact on trees and impact on neighbors. It's in an area that's pretty well shielded from many of the neighbors. And just one last thing I want to say. This recreation area has many features which do not exist on a public access manner on Edisto Island and the surrounding communities, such as a playground. It really isn't a full modern playground that's fully public access. We will have one. We will have an outdoor basketball court. We will have a multi-purpose field that could be used for soccer and other sports. And there's also, and that's what is the first phase of the project, basically, those elements. Second phase of the project will be a gym community center that will be, added to the property. So I just want to say that I was blessed to work with Mr. Gino Middleton, who's sitting on the back row next to Al Jenkins. And when I first moved here, I couldn't believe the lack of, recreation programs for the kids. And Gino's been fighting his whole life for this. Pretty amazing person. And like I said, I was blessed to really work for him. And with the programs we have, we'll be able to expand some of them. We'll be able to restart a soccer program. We'll, be able to do other things like lacrosse. There will be walking trails around the property for the community to use. So it's going to be a great thing. It's going to be a transformational project. So that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeLuna. I'll let Mr. Neal start. Go ahead.
Mine's very brief. I applaud you for the mission that you're on. If you have dealt with the Army Corps of Engineers and working with mitigation credits across a wetland, then that answers all the questions I would always have of, did you think about a process? You've had to jump through every process. So I applaud you for it. I don't need to hear anything else on this project. I'm good.
It's true.
I don't know if that's a compliment for what I do for a living or if that's it. All right. Any other questions from the board, Mr. Truslow?
I had one, and this is a friendly question, but are you okay? There's a staff recommendation for tree mitigation. You cut one down, you plant 10 more. I'm not sure I would, in this unique situation, have required that, but are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, if you look at our site plan, I believe it shows a lot of trees being planted.
Okay.
So we're gonna make sure we do that. I think we'll probably exceed what's there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. DeLuna, can you confirm that when you guys went through the Corps of Engineers permitting process, the location of the road crossing, in my experience in dealing with that particular agency, they will push you to the narrowest portion of the wetland so that you can cross to the other side. Did they do that in this particular case?
I think our presentation to the Army Corps was pretty much the wording I used tonight. You know, that we had a lot of professional people look at the crossing, and we picked one of the most narrow areas. If you look at the wetland map, one of the most narrow areas, and the one that had the least impact on trees. But I think if we had picked, let me put it this way, we disturbed 0.4 acres. We had to pay $51,000 in a wetland credit.
Right.
So if we had disturbed more, that would have also impacted money that we want to spend on the kids. Does that answer?
It does. Yep. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Jordan.
I just want to make a comment. Y'all probably expect me to jump up and down, as usual, in defense of the tree. But the more I sit here and think about it, this is something for the young people, and this is for the future. In this case, I think even the tree would agree. To get out of the way for the young people, so they can have a future. So I would be for it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. All right. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you so much.
All right. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve the application.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. His name is Gino Middleton. I'm resident of Edisto. Estevis Road, 8062 Estevis Road. I call him my brother because we met about 10 years ago. That's how long we was fighting this battle. When we first started this battle, we simply started off because of the crimes, and as y'all remember, like 8 years ago, like all the violent downtown and violent in North Charleston, violent all over the places. We sat around and we had about maybe 3-4 months of studying everything. We look at all the violence, and he asked me the question, said, how long this been like this? Well, I said, well, it's getting better for some reason, and we don't have no answer for it, really. Because as we speak, we talk about the kids. Every so often on Edisto, somebody gets struck down by a car. I get a chance after I retired to see the senior citizen trying to walk the road to get some kind of exercise. They don't have a decent building that they can go into and exercise in safety. We're witnessing drug population is steady taking over, and me and him kept talking, and then we start visiting the local politician. At that time, we talked to every elected official who had anything to do with that area. Until the day, we still not getting support from those people after they got voted out of office. But the politician that we have to deal with now brought us to this point. We're in junction with Park and Rec. They came on board, and Miss Patty, great person. We involve ourselves with a lot of people, not from this area, but know about building parks and know about building our area and making things better for everybody. This tree, I'm an old country boy. We cut down a bunch of trees like that to get prepared for next year for wood. And not telling nobody how the way to look at it, but that's all these trees birth. I love nature. My favorite bird is a bluebird. Bluebird love live oak trees and stuff like that. No bird would even land in that tree. And I'm just being honest with you. And as hard as a small group a man and a lady, for the last 10 years, we've been working. And my brother back there, and I said, Jack, this don't make no sense. Oh, we got to follow guide, rules, and regulation. Every single thing that we done on Clark Road to prepare for this point is done exactly what y'all guys want us to do. We did not break not one single rule. I'm the rule broker. And they keep my foot to the fire and say, we got to do this. So guys, I'm asking y'all, I'm begging y'all, please, help us out with this.
All right, Mr. Middleton, we do greatly appreciate you being here this evening for your comments tonight. Let me see if any of my board members have questions for you. There are.
Squirrel has anything to do with that?
You don't have to answer that. No, we do appreciate everything you guys are doing for the community down there, and this is definitely a worthwhile project. So if there are no other questions from the board, we'll have to see if there are any others that want to speak in favor of this particular application.
Let me say one more thing I remember that really bothered me. We had to pay a substantial fee to the Army Corps engineer. We are a non-profit organization. When we started Edgewater Island Youth Recreation, me, Jack, and his wife, we got a charge card. My charge card was $1,500, and for the next 3 years, that's all the money we had for about maybe 60 kids. And we spend money to take these kids out. These kids, me and holdback, these kids is angry. Their self-esteem is real low, because it seemed like the rest of the district, like District 23, we at the very end, it's like everybody forgot about them. So guys, appreciate y'all letting me stand up here and ramble, but that's the honest God truth.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Middleton. We really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right. Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve it.
Tom Austin, 4593 Kings Point Road, Megget, South Carolina. I'm here to voice my support for this project, but not just my support. I'm bringing the full unanimous support of the Board of Directors of the Edisto Island Open Land Trust, who holds a conservation easement on the property. I think first month I was on the job, I met with Jack and Gino, and I tried to find them a home for these recreation facilities on Edisto Island. And I had the honor of being able to help them write a Greenbelt grant in 2020 to be able to purchase this property. I wrote the conservation easement myself. We recorded that in 2021. And I've been working with them for the last 8 years to make something happen out there. We have spent multiple years and probably a full year of permitting work trying to figure out how to cross this wetland in the best way possible that would have no impacts to any of the conservation values or to any of the grand trees on site. But just the fact of the matter was there was no way to get across the wetland without either exponentially increasing the wetland impacts or having to take out grand trees. So the solution that we have in front of us is the best compromise that is available. It's probably about a 70-year-old laurel oak out there on the bank of that canal that was dug, I think, in the 60s. From our end, as the conservation easement holder, we want to avoid permanent impacts to wetlands as much as possible. We don't take the removal of grand trees lightly on Edisto Island, but that tree could be blown over by a hurricane or struck by lightning next week, and if we go and fill in a full acre of wetlands, that is not coming back. So putting this crossing where we can minimize the impacts to the wetlands and minimize damage to the fewest number of grand trees possible, because they are up and down the entirety of that canal because it has been forested since, for the most part, before the 60s. This is the best option that we have available to get across that wetland, minimizing damage to those wetlands and minimizing the number of grand trees impacted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Austin. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Nope. So thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. State your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve.
My name is Patty Newshoes. I reside at 706 Fox Pond Drive in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464. I represent Charleston County Parks, who's a partner. The group was so passionate about getting this project done. They contacted us about 4.5 years ago, and we've been on board ever since. We have worked very diligently to do the wetland mitigation, to follow all the land trust conservation rules, the greenbelt rules. And I just wanted, I can't say anything better than anyone else right now. I think the case has been made, but I just wanted to let you all know that Charleston County Park and Recreation is fully behind this project.
Ms. Newshoots, thank you so much, and we're very excited to hear that CCPRC is on board with this as well. Are there any questions? All right. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should not approve the application.
Marlon A. Main. I'm at 2048 Hog Crawl Plantation Road. The property butts up against us. I don't have a problem taking a tree down, but have they did a wildlife study yet with the whistling tree ducks in our neighborhood? I've been on this piece of property where they want to develop since my daddy farmed it. And I remember when that canal they're talking about, the chain gang cleaned it. That's how long it's been. It's the last time that ditch has been cleaned. And you know, there's a lot of wildlife there. Is it just Davis and Floyd just went straight ahead on the surveyor? Because it's easy. They got 100-something acres there. You can't tilt a little bit, you know, you might take a little bit more wetland, save a tree. I mean, I'm all for it. But, you know, if that's what you got to do, you got to do. But, I mean, green space got the property. What are you supposed to do? Take care of the space. I mean, all the neighbors back there are against it. I'm sorry I'm the only one that showed up.
Right.
I mean, I was fighting it against to start with because Parks and Recreation's already got a piece of property on that estate. They haven't done nothing with it before they got this piece. You know, it's just a vicious cycle. And that's the middle of nowhere. Right now, you're in the middle of the community. I had kids raised on that estate. I've been on that estate 61 years, second generation. Now I got third and fourth generations there. We all live on the same piece of property. You know, all this is going to happen. I don't know what it's going to happen to us. Because we hunt. We shoot a lot. When they have the big sports events, what are they going to do, make us stop? Y'all, I know, I'm only one man. My voice might go a little bit, it might go far, but I hope it goes a long ways. I mean, because we're not going to stop shooting when they having events. I mean, why should we? I've been on this piece of property for 30 years. My house has been there, you know.
Can you show us on the map where your property is in relation to the park site?
See, it says Hog Crawl Plantation. I mean, they have nature trails and all that beside us. I mean,
what number was he referring to?
I'm not sure.
I own 039, and what's the other one right up there?
096.
096. I own both of those pieces. And I own the road right away.
All right. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
Yeah, just to follow up on being a neighbor. So Tell me a little bit more about the property 039 and 096. You said you lived there. Is this a hunting plantation, or you reside on one of these parcels the whole time?
I reside on the little piece in the corner. I live in the little piece and it's in the corner. That's where my house is. Okay, my wife's parents just passed. We just inherited the other piece. So if we agriculture, we farm it, we hunt it.
So what's on 096, and do you know what the zoning is?
Let me see what.
This is the parcel that you said you just inherited. Is there any structures or anything like that?
Yeah, we got a house. Yeah, I got, my son lives there with his grandchild. I mean, we got 2 houses there, one on each piece of property. I mean, I got a granddaughter there. It's 18 months old. Yeah.
That answers my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Seidel.
No, it was just, I guess, a clarification for the speaker is that, we're here to decide a variance about a tree. And the use of the property is beyond our purview.
Yeah,
That's not something that we can address.
How about the whistling tree ducks? Has anybody did a study on them? They are protected species. You cannot even shoot one. And we've got a bunch of them over there. I mean, and the woodpeckers and stuff. I mean, has anybody did any studies? They just came in and it's like railroaded in.
I see. Okay, I understand your point.
I mean,
Thank you.
let's do a study first before we say, yeah, that's where they can do that tree. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, because where do whistling tree ducks go? They go into big trees.
All right. Mr. Seidel, you have any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jordan?
Just for the record, sir, did I hear you say at the beginning you're not opposed to taking this tree down?
What's that?
Just for the record, did I hear you say at the beginning of your...
If they got to. But why take that one when you can make a move over and get a little bit more? I mean,
but you did
you
say
want a road
not,
straight or you want a road crooked?
You did say you're not opposed to it.
I'm not opposed to it if that's what they got to do.
Thank you.
But I just think, though, they need to do more homework.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, we definitely appreciate you voicing your concerns tonight. That's a big part of this process as we go through
about
it.
the tree, I know.
Yeah. And as far as wildlife studies, if any would have been required, it would have happened during the federal permitting process for the wetland crossing, where a lot of those details are evaluated during that process. We're unfortunately restricted to this particular tree, and the request has been made. But definitely thank you for coming out and voicing your opinion.
I mean, I'm the only one who will stand up for us.
Right. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this application? All right. We will then, hold on. The applicant has the right to rebuttal. So if the applicant would come forward and, if you so choose, respond to the complaint that's been made or the opposition to your project.
I really don't have too much to say, but I will say that there's been a great deal of engineering spent, like hundreds of thousands of dollars on this property to look at the wetland crossing, to look at drainage, and all the things that go into the SPR. So that's been done. Patty, who spoke from Parks and Rec, is a landscape architect, and she's really been the project manager for this licensing effort, permitting effort that we're doing. And we haven't left a stone unturned, is all I can say. We've really looked at everything. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. DeFleur. And hey, Mr. DeFleur, one thing, could you confirm the majority of the impacts that are occurring for this are actually on the opposite side of the property from where the I forgot the neighbor's property was located, correct?
Yeah. Again, the property was divided into 9 lots originally, which would have had a huge impact. And what Greenbelt liked what we were doing, because we were putting a conservation easement onto the property, restricting further development, but allowing these features. These things are going basically in the center of the property. and they're pretty well shielded from the neighbors. And this crossing is off an area where it's not going to have a lot of impact on people going back and forth to their homes. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time this evening. This closes the public testimony portion of our hearing. So with that, are there any questions for staff before we entertain a motion? No, well then we'll entertain a motion. All right, Mr. Neal.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I will make a motion for case BZA 0925000905. I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance request to allow the removal of the 30-inch DBH Grand Laurel Oak tree. I feel that after testimony for the applicant that it meets all the 7 criteria for, make sure I'm on the right one, yes, for the variance. Item number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property. We have seen the layouts here. They have obtained something that is very difficult, and that is a wetland permit, as the chair knows. That is very, very detailed application to approve. So I feel comfortable that getting something that extraordinary, it clearly meets item number 1. Item number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. It clearly meets that. They're putting this in the middle of the property. The tree is really not going to affect anything on the I don't know if that's west, but the adjacent neighbor. So there's nothing else like this since it was 9 lots pulled all together. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Testimony was already given that the mitigation that they've had to obtain from the Army Corps of Engineers was the minimal to make this happen. So they've looked at every option of the road access, and unfortunately the road access is going right through the middle of this tree. So they've got to remove this tree. The authorization, criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not substantially detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. Again, the testimony that we just had, the rebuttal testimony, to the far right of the plat that I'm looking at here on this item, all the fields are to the right of it with a buffer to the adjacent property, and then interior of that is the road and the variances for the tree. So again, there's even more buffer away from the adjacent property owners. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance in effect of which they allow the establishment of use not permitted. This zoning district is ball fields and sports, and it's also got to adhere to much higher authorities, including conservation easements and things like that. So it clearly meets that criteria. Number 6 criteria, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. They're threading a very fine needle here with the dictation from their conservation easements, the county parks and recreation, the Greenbelt, and the Army Corps of Engineers. So it clearly is taking a grander scale here to thread this needle to approve this variance. And the last criteria, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purpose of this ordinance, and it clearly is going to meet that criteria, being the use. It's got community support. I think this is there are staff conditions on this one.
Yes. That
we need to include as part of my motion, and I am done with that.
All right. I'm going to give the second to Mr. Seidel. So motion by Mr. Neal, second by Mr. Seidel. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your right hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That is also unanimous. So congratulations, your application has been granted. You will hear from staff within 10 business days about the decision and contact them for the next steps in the process. So thank you for your time this evening. And good luck with the project. All right, board members, do you have one more in you before we recess shortly? And then we'll take a break before the Charleston Water System. So the next case is case number BZA 0925000906, which will be presented to us by Mr. Hare.
The applicant and property owner, Ronald Wade Bowles, is represented by Newman Jackson Smith of Nelson, Mullins, Riley, and Scarborough. Request a variance to reduce the required 50-foot critical line setback by 13 feet, resulting in a 37-foot setback to allow construction of a proposed swimming pool.
Hey, Mr. Hare, give me 1 second. Hey, can you gentlemen step to the outside to have the conversation, please? Thank you so much. All right, thanks, Mr. Hare. Please proceed.
They request a variance to reduce the required 50-foot critical line setback by 13 feet, resulting in a 37-foot setback to allow construction of a proposed swimming pool and deck, and to accommodate existing stairs at 7722 Blue House Lane, TMS number 06900000022 on Edisto Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels are located within the Agricultural Preservation AG 10 zoning district and the islands at Blue House Plantation subdivision, which was platted in 1985. Charleston County adopted the critical line setback and buffer requirements in 2001. This is the location of the location map. The subject property contains 1.57 acres of highland. According to Charleston County records, the single-family residence was constructed in 1986. Here is the ordinance requirements for the critical line setback and buffers. The 300-foot radius map, the aerial. We posted the property on October 14th of 2025. Here are pictures of the rear of the property where the pool and the deck will be constructed, as well as the existing stairs that are encroaching into the setback. Blue House Lane, survey of the property, the site plan, and the plat. Regarding the 7 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, that it may not meet 6, it does not meet 3, and that it meets 5.
Can you repeat 3 and 5?
Ask Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare?
It may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7. It may not meet 6, and it does not meet 3. It meets 5.
It meets 5.
Yes, sir. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line and maintained for the duration of construction. The applicant shall use stormwater mitigation measures such as rain barrels and rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. 3, the required 35-foot critical line buffer shall be maintained in accordance with the Charleston County ZELDAR Section 4.24.7. And 4, any encroachments shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan. And then here are the staff recommendations. Any questions?
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just need a refresher course on the change of the critical line buffer. I know that something changed in 2005 or 2010, and people bought properties. So is this one of the ones that's subject to, it was a change after they already bought the property and it's not fair to them, or is this?
It was 2001.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know when they purchased it, but I think it was more recent.
Okay, so if they bought it after 2001, it wouldn't. They're not subject to the rules being changed on them. They bought it when they knew that the rules were right.
Yeah, our records show they bought the property in 2023.
2023. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other questions for staff? All right. Is the applicant present?
You'll get a lawyer.
If you would state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application.
Thank you very much. My name is Jack Smith. I'm at 747 Old Central Way in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I'm an attorney with Nelson Mullins. Mr. Bowles, the applicant, is here. We certainly appreciate your time and consideration. He would like to say thank you, and he will certainly abide by the staff conditions, and we will provide the information on attachment A to the application, went through the criteria, and why this is a reasonable request that should be granted in your discretion. Thank you. Sit down. The fact that he bought it after that regulation came out in 2001 doesn't obviate the fact that it was built in 1986, well before that. So we didn't really create that. And it is a second home. It's for recreation. A pool is a very natural neighborhood recreational amenity. Where it's going to be located is really the issue here. And where it's going to be located and what impact does that have is, I guess, what you were trying to discern from all of this. How does this impact anybody or anything? So we'll first say that the critical area impact zone, the first 35 feet, that's kind of from the state agency's perspective, and the county adding to that to make it 50 feet, is really a water quality issue. And so we understand completely why that's in place and why that buffer is important. We take that seriously. And so the house being built where it was, there was not really room to put it in the middle of the backyard like you typically would, have it full of sun all around it. It was squeezed up against the house by the existing steps into the house up to the second floor. And it's in a location that provides for observation and safety. It's one of those situations where if you try to put it way over on the side, that's on the neighbor side, so there is another house over there, and it would have more impact on neighbors there. But it's also where the air conditioning unit and the propane tank and the other utilities are, so it'd have to be set out pretty far and not be very visible from the home, and therefore be a safety factor. Where it is right where the stairs go up to the second floor. Those stairs were built apparently in 1986 based on the old aerial photography. So the 2 feet of that structure it became inside that buffer when the buffer was set. So we are including that for technical reasons to make sure that is also approved. But in looking at where else it could go, it could either go on the side or it can go here. Here, because it has literally zero negative impact on stormwater. It's a hole in the ground that holds water, so when it rains, most of that water is going to go into the pool. The little bit that will go off of the concrete decking around it, of course, will go through the vegetated buffer before it ever gets to the critical area, the waters of the state. And it's going to be filtered, but it's also going to be clean. You're not going to put messy things around your pool. So I think that from a standpoint of does it affect your neighbors? No. It might affect a neighbor if you move it over to the other side. Is this a reasonable accommodation of factors that should go into looking at where you site a pool? Because of the safety and ability to put it right where you can observe it from the decking, from the porch, you can hear from there, you can get to it quickly with those stairs leading right to that little deck beside it. And so we believe that it meets all the criteria and should be approved. This is, I think, one of those discretionary moves that we ask this type of board to make, because it is a recreational home, if you will. It is where someone would come to relax and get away from the city. Mr. Bowles works hard in his business, a restaurant business, and he and his family have this to escape to. They recently got it and are interested in making the most of it for their recreational, but also for their safety. And having it located in that location is really the best place, looking at all the alternatives. It really wouldn't fit on the driveway side, on the road side, and on the other end, in the front of the house, it'd be pretty much kind of isolated, but also really visible from the road. The road comes around there, and there's no screening on that side. Where it is now, there can be some privacy because the porch steps that come down will also shield it from that road and help it be private and shield it from any impacts on that side. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Bowles is available for questions that I might not be able to answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Let's see. Mr. Neal, we'll start with you again.
I'm busy tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get why they're trying to put the location there. Again, the critical line buffers are set not by us. That's why we're having these variances. So looking at the schematic, Ms. Working, could you bring up, I'm on the layout of the pool. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And it's got the setback lines of 30 foot. Yeah, perfect. So I heard you mention a couple of times about the safety element of a pool and being able to watch grandchildren, things like that. And I applaud you. I totally understand that. But this is a big piece of property. And I'm trying to understand why and let me go all the way through before you answer, if you don't mind. Why you can't put the pool on the left side of the house, because even if you turned it sideways and it went parallel with the house, you still got access from the deck and the porch if people were sitting on the deck and porch to watch things. Now, granted, it might go out a little bit and you still might need to have some encroachment into the setback line, but you wouldn't have to go all the way behind the house with it. You could just be into the critical setback line of the width of the pool, not the whole length of the pool that you're going to. So it might be a small variance. I'm bringing that up because you also mentioned that there's other things out there for the utilities and things like that. I don't really know. Maybe you can expand on that a little bit. But are you drawing into where the pump stations and all the facilities that are going to be needed for this into this drawing, or is that going to go out further as well? But I mean, you could also go on the right side, and maybe you can see that from the driveway. But I really don't buy into the argument of the screening, because you've got a fence all the way around this, or an existing fence all the way around the side anyway. So it would be screened, and I don't think there's an argument from the neighbors on this side of the property. So just kind of educate me on that argument that you're making.
I'll try again. The fence, of course, isn't a screening fence. It's a wire open fence, so you can see right through it. There's no screening. There's just an enclosed fence, so to speak, to keep it private. The driveway side would be right on the street, and really no privacy for use of the pool. I mean, you could see it right there. There are people that come and go in that area, and so that would also be a factor that it could be considered. But the main thing is that backing it up over there, it would be certainly less visible and less safe and a lot harder to get to should someone need assistance in that pool on that side. So the use of the pool by the family is really centered on where it can be safely used, and like I said, it was squeezed up against the house. If we would put it over beyond where the utilities are, so it would be safe to have it, and maybe only have a smaller variance, it would still not meet that criteria for being where it needs to be. In most places where you have a pool, you're going to put it where it's in the center of where your visual space is, your use space is in the backyard. Putting it over to the side is really inconvenient, but it's also much closer and could have negative noise impacts on the neighbors on that side. So we don't believe that it is necessary to move it over there to meet these criteria because of those factors.
Okay, well, just to follow up, Mr. Chair, I still don't buy the argument of the noise to the neighbors, and you can always replace a fence that is narrow to, wide open fence to a privacy fence if you needed to. But I think you're going to hear testimony tonight from someone that's going to talk about the critical line buffer and why the critical line buffer is 50 feet and things like that. So you hadn't addressed that yet, so I'm just hoping to hear more of that testimony. But you've answered my questions good enough, so I appreciate it.
Well, I'll be glad to answer the critical area line buffer. I'm very familiar. Part of my work is in wetlands and getting permits and things, so I'm very familiar with that. In fact, for 10 years, I was an attorney for the state agency now that does critical area lines. So I'm very familiar with the reasons why. And so the buffer is there from really a water quality perspective. And this doesn't have really a water quality impact because it is very little hard surface being added within the buffer area. It is clean concrete at most. And Mr. Bowles is happy to put in the rain garden to help do the other mitigation factors. He's already agreed to do that. And so there'll be a net improvement in terms of water quality after the pool is constructed. Certainly we'll abide by the construction rules and have the silt fence put in correctly, right, and preserve all of that and contain it by the existing footprint instead of disturbing other new ground.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and Mr. Smith, to clarify, there is no encroachment into the 35-foot buffer. This is just an encroachment into the setback, correct?
That's correct. It's only the additional 15 feet that was added, and so we're at least 2 to 3 feet. It really is kind of a slanted line, so from 12 to 13 feet is the impact only into the additional 15 feet.
All right, and along those lines, special condition 3 that staff recommended basically states that the buffer would then have to be maintained in accordance with ZELDAR section 4.24.7, which right now that's open lawn, if I remember correctly from the pictures, and so that would mean there's some landscaping that would go in to that portion of the property to maintain the buffer?
I'm sure that the staff will guide us on what those requirements are, but yes, we understand that. It was purchased the way you see it. It has not been cleared or otherwise modified.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes. And did I have anything else you wanted to add, Mr. Bowles?
Okay. I think Mr. Truslow has a question for you.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very succinctly stated and well stated. I'm concerned about something. The pool will most likely have use of some types of chemicals. In a heavy storm, hurricanes, which we get, will the pool overflow and the chemicals flow into the marsh, or will they go the other way, away from the marsh? What will happen in the event of a catastrophic event like we often have on the coast?
Well, the first thing I'll say is the solution to pollution is dilution, and so all that water coming into the pool, the solution to pollution is dilution, and so all that water coming into the pool will dilute whatever does come out of it. So even if there's a drawdown in the pool like you do for some stormwater ponds, you're going to have, it might overflow if you get a foot or 18 inches of rain. Nothing can really modify that. And so, yes, whatever chlorine or non-chlorine purifiers are put in the water to keep it safe to swim in, that's also required by the agency. If it was a public pool, the same requirements will be here. And those
You've answered my question. I had one more question, and we're in a quasi-judicial, we're operating in a quasi-judicial capacity. Do you have any law, or can you point us to anything that indicates that having the failure to have a pool constitutes a legal hardship? I'm having a lot of trouble with that.
No, sir. We did not research that cases that might have a pool as a hardship, because this is a relatively unique situation, and there are always a case-by-case determination for boards like this to use their community feedback, their knowledge and experience, and to apply that to whether or not this creates a hardship for this particular individual in this particular case in this particular neighborhood for having bought a property that was built well before either of these lines were in place and is trying to make something good for his family.
All right. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith? All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. We'll be happy to answer any question.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Would the applicant like to speak in favor of the application? No.
My name is Wade Bowles, and I just want to thank you all for your consideration to review this request, and I hope that you consider it. If you have any questions for me, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bowles? All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? All right. Ms. Kruchek, please come forward and state your name and address. And let us know why we should not approve this application.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Susan Kershaw, and I live at 3605.
Sorry, I got that wrong, Ms.
That's
Kershaw.
okay. You are not expected to remember it. 3605 Berry Hill Road on Johns Island. I believe a couple years ago we looked at a variance for another house on Blue House Lane for a pool behind their house, between the house and the water. And so I'm not sure it's so unique a situation out in that neighborhood. This request is just for the setback zone, and I debated whether to come and speak, but some other factors made me want to come. One is that there is lawn in the buffer zone, and though water quality is one of the reasons for a vegetated buffer zone, there are other reasons also. But a lawn in the buffer zone doesn't help with water quality, certainly, and doesn't help the marsh also as it tries to migrate up. And so I would urge you to be a little bit more strict because the buffer zone isn't really going to do its job here unless we do ask them to revegetate that, which would be great. And along those lines, I need to call Ms. Working. I think I would love to see the silt fencing put along the buffer zone line and not just on the critical line. But that's a conversation for a different group, I think. And I just there are other places for the pool on this lot. I don't think it causes an undue hardship for placing it where they prefer to place it. They can still have a pool. It just might not be as convenient. So that's all today.
All right, Ms. Kershaw, before you step away, one thing that I will point out, and mention this to the applicant, but one of the special conditions required or requested by staff if we were to pass this is that the buffer shall be maintained in accordance with Charleston County's LDR section 4.24.7, which would specifically mean that it shouldn't be maintained in the future as a lawn, but it should be vegetated, which may or may not help alleviate some of your concerns in this particular case. Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Ms. Kershaw? All right. Well, thank you once again for coming out.
Thanks for moving the case up.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this request? All right. The applicant has the right to rebut if they so choose. I believe you have 2 minutes, Mr. Smith. And please state your name and address one more time.
One more time, yes. This is Jack Smith, 747 Old Central Way, Mount Pleasant.
Mic up.
The rebuttal is clearly we do want to comply with regulations. The house was bought as a place to go and have this kind of recreation, so improving it is in the cards. Having the pool is an important improvement to the family, but having it in where it needs to go in the normal course and creating more buffer, more vegetated buffer, the rain gardens, the staff, and we'd be happy to put the silt fence. In fact, I imagine the contractor, if he's smart, will have a silt fence up near the construction site and down at the critical area. So there's certainly water quality impacts are very important for this applicant. And we would like to point out that the opportunity to move it where it may not impact this may not result in the type of management of that area that it would get if it had the pool there. We would like to add some additional opportunities for screening and make sure that it's shielded in that location, because that would also help maintain the integrity of the house itself.
So, Mr. Smith, if I understand correctly, you're saying that the applicant would not be required to adhere to the section 4.247. They can maintain the lawn since that's the existing condition.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that, part of the improvement would be something that they'd be happy to do as part of this. They'll have to consider what else they would like to do with the property before they would make those types of changes.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith?
My question.
All right. Well, thank you for your time tonight. This will close this portion of the case to the public. And with that, are there any other questions for staff?
I'm still not understanding what is the difference between the critical line setback and the buffer. There's a buffer line.
I was getting ready to ask staff that just to clarify
Because
that.
I think that when I'm looking into it, it seems like that critical line setback of 50 feet is to protect the water quality, to provide an area of soil that filters any runoff from from development, and then the pool would block that kind of absorption of the land.
Well, you always have you always have the critical line buffer first, and then you have a setback on top of it. But staff's going to probably detail.
Yeah, the setback's further back here. So basically, most of the pool is in the setback, and then this is the buffer zone, 35 feet.
Okay, so the 35 feet buffer zone is meant to filter for our water quality.
Yes.
And then the buffer
it's supposed to be completely natural.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's a 50-foot setback from that.
No, 15 more. It's a total of 50 from the
15
wetland.
more feet.
15 more feet.
35 is the most critical spot, and then the extra 15 to go from 35 to 15 is the area that is the gray area that it's. If you're going to have a variance, it's better to have, in my opinion, it's better to go into the setback than to go into the actual critical line buffer. And this application is not going into the critical line buffer, only the setback. So from that standpoint, that's a very good thing.
Okay. Is this 15-foot, is the extra 15 feet the same across Charleston County next to waterways, or is it?
Yeah, for ag areas, so there's 15 feet between the setback and the buffer.
And that changed in 2001?
Yeah.
It used to be 35 feet?
Look at staff.
Well, no,
They
they
didn't
have them at all.
They just had the critical line buffer.
Right.
And then they added the setback to make it more uniform.
Is that additional 15 feet, is it?
35 then 15. It's 35 then 15.
And it mirrors the property line.
The critical line.
The critical line. Yeah. The critical line.
Ms. Working, what is typically allowed within the setback area that would not be allowed within the buffer?
Well, nothing's allowed in the setback.
Yeah. That's why they got to get the variance.
But I guess you could have like a patio or something like that. Some surfaces, things like that, but not a structure.
Right. You can't have a structure,
Right.
but you could have a patio that would not require a
like
variance
fire
within.
pit or something like that.
Yeah.
But then nothing between the 35 to the marsh is protected.
Right.
They don't want a parking lot in the critical line buffer because it's supposed to absorb the water. So.
Okay, so you have a 35-foot critical line buffer, and then you have a setback of an additional 15 feet from there.
Yes.
And the additional 15 feet, what is the purpose of that? Is it to add more filtration? And do you understand my question?
Yeah, I think so. Just like a transition zone between like the structure, the home, the pools to the buffer.
Okay.
Right. So a patio or a fire pit would not be considered a structure. So a variance would not be required within that setback area, but a pool is considered a structure, so that requires the variance.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? All right. I will entertain a motion for BZA 0925000906. Ms. Smith?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the variance request for BZA 09, in the case of BZA 0925000906, as it does not meet the requirements for variance as outlined.
Which specific condition? Conditions, yes.
It does not meet condition 3.
Yep, and you have to explain why it doesn't meet condition 3.
Because the property owner has a different place that they can build the pool, and this buffer was in place before they bought the property.
All right, any other conditions, or is that?
I don't find that it meets condition 1.
Okay. And
or condition 2.
we need reasons for both of those.
Okay. There are other properties in the area that also have the same conditions in place. So this is not an extraordinary condition, for number 1. For number 2, the conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. These conditions do apply to other properties in the vicinity. For condition 3,
You've already got 3.
okay, for condition 4,
You don't have to go through all of them unless you specifically have a reason why it wouldn't meet that particular criterion.
and condition 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The variance is needed. The variance would have been needed for anybody to build this pool on the property, and the conditions were in place prior to the owner buying the property.
Yeah, I'm fine with this one.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right.
Yes, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion that has been properly made by Ms. Smith and seconded by Mr. Truslow. Is there any discussion? We'll start down here with Mr. Jordan.
Well, based on that, could this request be a candidate for the same situation as our first case tonight, where they back up and regroup and come back with a different proposal, instead of just voting it down?
That's up to the applicant.
Well, I'm aware
It
of
could be
that.
the applicant would have the opportunity, if we were to deny this one and they change the layout, they would be able to come back again before a year expires, only if they stuck with the same layout. Would
So
they have?
that's why I'm bringing it up, to make them, hopefully make them aware they should make that move if they want to.
I think at this point, we have a motion that's on the floor that's been properly seconded. It's probably past that point to move for a deferral.
Yep.
Mr. Neal.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to support the motion that's on the floor. I struggle with this one because anytime we're in a variance for critical line buffer, I really make sure I'm paying attention on why and looking at all the options. I think the applicant made a very good case for why the pool needs to be where it is. If they turn the pool to the side, either side, left or right, they would still be in the setback line and asking for a variance. So the neighbors are so far away. I think, to me, for my vote, the issue comes down to the water quality issue and what are we disturbing here. And I think staff has made a very good case for conditions to on the ground disturbance and the future protection of the water quality down the road. The applicant has said that they would adhere to all of those things. So I'm against this motion for a denial. I would be making a motion for approval, but we'll just see where it goes.
All right. Mr. Truslow, did you have something to add?
I was just thinking that I agreed with Mr. Jordan that the applicant will still have other options to come back and try other things. What I can't get over, and I respectfully disagree with my colleague, when I assume he's skipping over the critical point, was criteria number 3, that having a swimming pool is not is an accessory use. It's not a required or principal component of residential utilization. So I don't understand how he gets beyond point 3 and just jumps to a critical line.
Mr. Neal, would you like to respond to Mr. Truslow?
No, I'm fine. We disagree every once in a while.
All right.
It's okay.
Mr. Brown, did you have a comment?
No, it's the same as things as.
Right. Well, I am compelled within the testimony for this one that we have a condition in this particular application that I believe is fairly new for staff to recommend, with a requirement that the buffer shall be maintained in accordance with ZELDAR section 4.24.7, which would
they found a way.
Alleviate the concerns for water quality and would turn what is right now a lawn that requires fertilization and mowing and everything else into a vegetated buffer. As someone that's in the business of helping people mitigate impacts that they otherwise can't avoid, I find that to be a pretty reasonable special condition that staff has recommended if we were to approve this. Mr. Brown, would you like to add?
I hate to back up, but bringing that up I'd like some clarification from staff. Maybe the required 35-foot critical line buffer and maintained in accordance. That's for the full width of the property, not just right behind or in a selected area.
That's the whole thing.
That's
The
correct.
whole thing.
The whole thing.
And does that mean it is allowed to return to natural, or they're going to plant
Yeah, they would
appropriate
be allowed to
plantings in there?
plant native vegetation.
They would be required to.
Yes.
And there is a stipulation as to what they plant, where, how,
they'd work
all
with
that
staff.
stuff.
Yeah, we could
they're
work
gonna
with them
staff.
on
Okay.
that.
And the applicant agreed to.
Yeah, it just says maintained, but it
Yeah.
doesn't say.
Yeah, I
add
would-
new plants.
Yeah,
it just
it-
says that would just mean stop cutting grass and then.
Yeah, if there's a motion to approve, we can add some stuff to that, I think, just to make it clear.
Okay. If I may follow up, Mr. Chair, the commissioners that are entertaining an idea of or looking for a result of a deferral, if this plan is voted down, the applicant will be able to come back and reapply with a new plan and with the pool halfway in, halfway out, left side, right side. So really the deferral process, I don't think, helps the decision that we're tasked with, and that is, do they meet the criteria of the 7?
Right, and we have a motion that's on the floor that's been seconded, so
Yeah.
to deny the request for the encroachment to the setback area based upon failure to meet criterion 1, 2, 3, and 6. All right, the only other thing that I would add to this particular one that also compels me in my decision on this is that I still struggle with whether or not a pool is what type of structure a pool is. It's not, its impact is materially different than a building that would be built back there, but very similar to what a patio would be. And I have always struggled with that particular item within our code. But that's just how I feel. All right, with that, we will call for vote. So all those in favor of the motion to deny, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
We have 3. So that was Mr. Brown, Mr. Truslow, and Ms. Smith. Those that are opposed to the motion, please raise your right hand and say aye. So we have a 3-3 tie.
You have a 4-3.
4-3. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't count tonight. That's pretty bad. All right, so that motion has been denied. We will entertain a separate motion on this particular case. All right, Mr. Neal.
Did you recognize me?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and move. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Before we make the motion, can we get some clarification from staff on?
Yes.
Are we able to add additional requirements from what's done in the buffer zone
Yes.
in our approval?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I ask that before I make my motion, may I ask what you're contemplating? Because I'm going to be making a motion for
No, we
approval.
need to make the motion.
Okay,
We can
I'll make
modify
the
the
motion.
motion if
I'm sorry,
necessary,
Mr. Chair. All right, I move that we move for approval on case BZ 0925-00906, a variance to reduce the required 50-foot critical line setback by 13 feet. I'm going to make a motion for approval on this item. I feel that all 7 of the criteria zoning variances have been met. Criteria number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It's a very large piece of property, but the testimony compelled me to say that I believe it's met this property. There are conditions with property owners next door, the setbacks, the critical line, the way the driveway is, the way the pool is, the safety of the people that are going to be using the pool. I'm fine with criteria number 1. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, this is a very large piece of property. I don't think the viewing of this pool in this area, since it backs up basically to the water, will have any issue with this criteria. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. If we were to not allow this variance to occur, the pool would have to be moved to the left or the right. Now, I'm not debating on whether or not a pool is needed for the use of the property. I'm debating on if they're going to put a pool in and not be approved any variance, then that means they'd have to come all the way out of the 50-foot setback which means it's going to come up to the side of the house, which is going to be basically on the front of the house. And that just doesn't make sense to me. A pool goes in the back. There are safety issues on a pool, and I just don't see how turning it sideways is going to help anything unless they put it all the way in the front of the house. And that just, to me, that it meets that criteria. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property. We haven't had anybody from the adjacent properties sign any letters or make any motions here, any testimony whatsoever that it would adversely affect them. So I believe it meets that criteria. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would allow the establishment of use of non-permitted in the zoning district. This is a pool, family use. It is a second home, but still it's a recreational use in the setback area, not in the critical line area. If this pool was being proposed to go into the critical line buffer, I would not be making this motion. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I struggle with this criteria, but at the same point in time, I believe he's landlocked with the ability of the house is. The house was built before the setbacks and rules changed for the county. So it's not like he could tear the house down and build it in a new one. If he could, it would probably affect the rest of the neighborhood. So I believe it meets criteria number 6. And the criteria number 7, the granting of this variance did not substantially conflict with a comprehensive plan. This is a pool being added to a house on a very large lot. I would like to include all of staff's recommendations as part of my motion, but I'm open if there's something else that we need to restrict, I'll be willing to accept. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Let's see if we get a second. Second. All right, got a second from Mr. Jordan, motion by Mr. Neal. Is there any discussion related to this particular motion? Mr. Seidel, I'm going to start with you.
Can I ask staff a question?
Sure.
Can you, we don't have the Charleston County of Zeldar section 424. Can you briefly describe what that requires?
Yep. So what it says is the following activities are prohibited in the buffer area, removal or disturbance of the soil except for minimal disturbance associated with planting of shrubs and trees for landscaping. So they could do that to create the buffer. Grass lawns are not allowed that require maintenance, pesticides, fertilizers, mowing, etc. Gardens, fences, structures, except for permitted crossings, paved or other impervious surfaces, and destruction or addition of plant life that would alter the existing pattern of vegetation. So that would be like non-native plants too, and driveways are what is not allowed.
So would you entertain expanding the requirement there to require some additional plantings to restore it to a more natural state for the buffer across the map?
I would just ask our attorney or our chair how to state something like that. I mean, I see where you're going with it, but I will reference that I believe there's a fence that already goes through that and goes all the way through the critical buffer. So
I thought I understood fences are
They're not allowed.
not allowed.
But isn't there an
But
existing
if it were
fence?
pre-existing.
Yeah, it's pre-existing.
Yeah, so are you wanting that fence removed and?
No. I'm just saying that basically that would be worked with staff for a plan that would enhance the buffer zone in return for granting this variance.
So how would we, or I'm asking chair or our attorney, how would we say we want more than Zeldar? Or do we have to have, would it be easier to say the applicant has to work with staff for an approved landscaping and restoration plan? That would give.
I'm only suggesting that they work with staff to satisfy Zeldar.
Right. No, I understand that, but the motion already includes that. But you're asking for a little bit more.
No, it says to maintain
the
buffer, but not to add to in order to create a true buffer.
But if we
maintain.
If we give staff the ability to approve is an enhanced landscaping plan, would that be understandable by staff and approved by council?
We can add a condition that would require a landscape plan be approved for that buffer area, yes. That is within our
I'm just trying to
purview.
address some of the concerns that our
Well,
colleagues have raised.
And I agree with you,
in
Mr. Seidel.
opposition to this.
I agree with you, Mr. Seidel. I'm just trying to word it for your approval.
It's the criteria that we are establishing beyond that. What is the criteria? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's
from you,
what
Mr. Yeah.
I think we could give it.
42 plants
We
of
have
native requirement or whatever. So
we have a very competent staff that knows what
Right.
they're doing, and they're not going to do anything that's in violation of
And they're reading the-
of Zeldar. So I think we can trust our staff with a condition like that we would provide.
Agreed.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend my motion to include a fifth condition, which would the applicant must receive approval of a landscape restoration plan approved by staff as
Would say
part of the condition.
submit a landscaping plan to be approved by staff would be better
Yep.
language there.
That would be part of my motion. I don't know who seconded it.
All right. So who was the second? Mr. Jordan, do you agree with that amendment? All right. So we have a motion that has been made. It has been properly seconded, then been amended and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to make, I'd
Mr.
like to have
Trueslow.
this on the record, the 5 points. The reason I would disagree with the motion, number one, is a lack of a pool does not prohibit the use of a property as a residence. It's a slippery slope when we say that having a pool is, you can't have a house unless you can have a pool. I think that's a dangerous precedent for us to set. It's undeniable that property can still be used as a residence without a pool. And I would point to Exhibit A is for more than 2 decades, it's been used as a residence without a pool. So I fail to understand legally how we can get beyond point number 3 that says that we're in effect saying that to prohibit, if you're not allowed to have a pool, you're unreasonably restricted from the utilization of your property. That's just not accurate. Finally, staff is, and I think this, our BZA has done an extraordinarily good job dealing with trees and tree issues. I wish we were as concerned about other aspects of the environment as well as trees. In this case, I don't think we have that.
Thank you, Mr. Truslow. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. So we have 5. You got the names? And those that are opposed, please raise your right hand and say aye. All right. So we have 2 opposed. The motion carries. So congratulations, your application has been approved. You'll receive a formal notification within 10 business days from staff. Please reach out to them for the next steps in the process, and thank you for your time this evening. All right. What's that? All right. Thanks, guys. All right. We are going to recess for, can we do this in 5 minutes, take a break, and get back in here and hear our last case from Charleston Water Systems? All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't ever be thing. It's just odd because they overlay one another. It's essentially how it works. You got your critical lines here. Let's say this is your critical line. This is your buffer, so that's your 35 feet. But this 50 feet is the overall setback.
Is there a little trash can over there? You see it? Oh, yeah. You don't mind.
Miss Working, you ready? Board, you ready? All right. We will be back in session. So our final case tonight involves, I think, 5 different requests. So we have BZA 0925000900 through 904. And Mrs. Working will take it from here to explain what we have going on with the Charleston water systems.
The applicant and property owner, Donald E. Benjamin, Jr. of Charleston Water System, represented by John Weldon of AE.com, has submitted variance requests for the property identified as 418-06-00-109, located at 1136 Old Town Road in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, South Carolina. The requests are associated with the development of a proposed wastewater pump station. The subject property is currently under site plan review for the proposed wastewater pump station. The parcel and adjacent properties to the south are located within the St. Andrews area overlay zoning district with an underlying community commercial CC zoning designation. The adjacent property to the north, TMS number 418-06-00-110, lies within the city of Charleston's jurisdiction and contains an existing wastewater pump station that will be demolished upon completion of the new facility. This is the overlay map, 300-foot radius map, and the aerials. Okay, variance number 1. This is BZA 09-2500-900. Is to encroach more than 25% of the protected root zone of a 48-inch DBH grand live oak tree for construction of a driveway. And this is the zoning ordinance requirement for that encroachment. Case ending in 00901 is a variance request to allow a curb cut less than 75 feet from the intersection of North Hillside Drive and Old Town Road for access. And this is the zoning ordinance requirement for that. Variance number 3 is ending in 00902. Reduce the required vegetative buffers for construction of a major utility service use as follows. North Hillside Drive, reduce the required 25-foot buffer by 10 feet, resulting in a 15-foot buffer. Old Town Road, reduce the required 25-foot buffer by 15 feet, resulting in a 10-foot buffer. That is the requirement for that zoning variance. In case 4, which is 00903, allow a 6-foot chain link fence within the required right-of-way buffer to secure the pump station. This is the fencing article. And finally, number 5 is case 00904, waive the requirement to install a sidewalk along North Hillside Drive. Staff hosted the property on October 14th, 2025. This is the 48-inch DBH live oak. It's a B grade per our staff arborist. Here's another picture of the live oak. Posting, and then like I said, all the cases were posted. A couple of pictures of the subject property. This is the old pump station on the neighboring parcel that will be demolished once this is completed. Old Town Road and North Hillside Road. A survey of the property, and then we have the site plans. I can zoom into them if you need them later. Overall, the existing conditions, the pump station, bypass, the grading for the new pump station, the demo plan for the existing pump station, and the landscape plan for the new pump station, the new pump station site plan, and the details has a picture of a fence, I believe, or a gate on that one. And then a couple other elevations and things like that. Plat? Regarding the approval criteria, staff stated the variance request meets all the approval criteria. The board may approve conditions or deny the request based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board chooses to approve the application, staff has the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the ZELDAR. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance throughout construction. A copy of the tree preservation plan shall be submitted to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit issuance. 4, if the 48-inch DBH live oak tree dies within 3 years from the date the wastewater pump station is constructed, the applicant shall mitigate the tree as follows. A, submit a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, providing inch-per-inch replacement. B, deposit funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the ZELDAR, or C, a combination of A and B. Mitigation shall be completed prior to the removal of the dead tree. Finally, 5, the applicant shall work with staff to explore materials other than chain link fencing to provide opaque screening that is visually compatible with the surrounding residential area. Any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Working. I will start by asking if the odor control plan is compliant with ZELDAR.
That I have no clue, but hopefully.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so summarizing, really, I think these are very straightforward, but I'll ask them one at a time. It's working to because I could barely keep track of it. As the for the protection of the tree, is what going in there? Is it a driveway that's going in there?
Mm-hmm.
Can it be a gravel driveway that would be pervious or something like that? Or is that recommended, or does that give us a little bit better ability around the tree? And that might be a question for the applicant.
I believe I'd have to. Can you zoom on the plans about? I don't think it's asphalt, but it is going to be a driveway.
Right. And I was wondering what the grade of the tree is currently, if we happen to know.
Yeah, a B.
A B, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next one, the curb cut, I don't really have any issues with. The vegetative buffers on the third one, I don't have an issue with. The chain link fence, I think you've already addressed it by your condition in the approval, if we were to accept it, to explore other fence options that because it's next to a residential neighborhood and,
right.
and buffers and plantings and stuff. So is landscaping part of that criteria of approval
for site
condition?
plan review, correct.
Of landscape plan or something that's in there?
Yeah, they have one.
I was just making sure that was in there because it didn't really, I mean, a pump station normally has a privacy fence around it and they're going to want security. But I'm sure there's something about landscaping, right?
Yeah.
So then really it just came down to the sidewalk.
Right.
I'm trying to understand, and this might be for the applicant when they finally make a presentation, why we would not want a sidewalk on North Hillside Drive. If you could pull, yeah, you got it there. Because, I mean, we've got residential back there. Wouldn't we want to have a sidewalk back there, even if it was minimal in size of some type? I just don't understand that request. I'm sure it's in the way of whatever, but maybe the applicant can address that. But is it tying into a sidewalk that's back there? I mean, that looks like a area that's, unless there's a sidewalk on the other side. I remember we had a property across the street that came before us about a year ago. I just wasn't sure. I mean, if that's a traveled area, why we wouldn't want to have a sidewalk. So maybe I'll just save that question for the applicant. I'm fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any questions on my left? Any other questions on my right? Mr. Seidel.
I was trying to find the drawing you had up just a second ago. You flipped through it. So the landscape plan along Old Town Road and North Hillside Drive, there was a landscaping on in that reduced buffer all along both those streets. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Brown?
This may be an applicant question too, but I'm trying to understand the chain link fence location. I'm unable to tell where it is right now. Is it the double X lines? What am I? Can you help me locate where the
I
line
can't
of this
see either.
fence is?
Applicant will be able to.
And if it's in the same place it is now, I'm familiar with it because I ride by it pretty much every day.
Yeah.
But I was having a hard time understanding this plan.
Is that something we could discuss with the applicant?
Maybe it's the applicant can help us out. Thanks.
All right. Is the applicant present?
Got a
If
whole
you
team
would
here.
come forward, please state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve this application. And just for clarification here, we are hearing all of these at one time. And so if you need more than 5 minutes for your presentation, please feel free to take a lot of the time that you need to explain the need for all of the variances.
And if the board will allow, I represent Charleston Water System. I'd like to make kind of a couple of general overall statements, and then the technicality of each of the variances, leave it to our consultant to answer those questions.
Okay, that'd be fine. Just raise the mic a little bit so we can hear you a little better.
My name is Donald E. Benjamin, Jr. I live at 110 Remington Drive, North Charleston, South Carolina, 29418. I am the Director of Engineering Construction for Charleston Water System. And on behalf of Charleston Water System, which is the wastewater service provider for the greater city of Charleston area, we have over 50,000 customers that we serve. We greatly appreciate your time and consideration for all 5 of these variance requests for the Pump Station 39 replacement project site at 1136 Old Town Road. With me today is our design team, technical design team. Nicole Luca with CWS project engineer, Hank Morgan with AECom, he is the project manager, and Collier Summers was AECom project engineer. Just a little background, the existing Pump Station 39 is located directly adjacent to the new site. It was constructed in 1965 and was part of the St. Andrews Public Service District back then, almost 60 years ago. In the 1990s, Charleston Water System was mandated to take over the PSD's wastewater infrastructure and assets due to their inability to maintain its aging operation. Although CWS has invested significant funding into upgrading the PSD system over the years, there still exists some infrastructure that is in poor condition, and it does not meet our current CWS minimum standards, as is the case with Pump Station 39. It has little room on the existing property for operations and maintenance. Recently, we identified structural concerns with the pump station wet well. We experience high flows in this collection system due to infiltration and inflow. There's also new development occurring within the Pump Station 39 area, that being the forthcoming Ashley Landing and Sumar Street projects within the city. Thus, Pump Station 39 is in dire need of replacement in order for Charleston Water System to protect public health and the environment. We purchased this property, the 1136, back in 2021 for the sole purpose of a pump station replacement project. And we are currently in design, as you're aware, and the cost estimate for this project is upwards of $10 million, part of our capital improvement program. So therefore, I'd like to respectfully request your approval of our requested variances on a very constrained property that CWS can construct an adequately designed and easily maintainable new facility that will provide the much needed capacity and reliability of this piece of critical wastewater infrastructure now and into the near future. So with that, I'd ask that our technical questions regarding the variances be asked by or answered by Mr. Hank Morden with AECom, Charleston Water Systems engineer of record.
Do we have any questions for Mr.
Sorry. Any questions for Mr. Benjamin? All right. Thank you for that introduction.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Hank Morgan. I live at 8519 Stonebridge Drive, North Charleston, South Carolina, 29420. I'm here to answer any questions you guys have. Let's see. We will be replacing the generator.
Mr. Chair, can you
control
speak into the
system.
microphone? I can barely hear you.
Make sure you're speaking into that mic.
We can, yes. We will be replacing the generator, the odor control system. That also helps with the corrosion, the pump station itself, and installing the new control buildings. The existing pump station, some of the constraints we have on this project is trying to keep that existing pump station operational while building the new pump station. And I don't know if everybody knows, but all the gravity sewer in this area and force mains either go to PS 39 or out, and that covers from Cosgrove Bridge all the way down to Ashley River Road. Some of the site constraints that we had were the setbacks. The property itself is already kind of small. You can see there's wetlands behind the property with a freshwater marsh. Also the topography behind the back of the paved section there slopes off pretty steep into that freshwater marsh. We also have that 48-inch live oak that we're trying to keep on site and not have to take down. And I believe that's about all I've got, unless you guys have some questions for me.
I'm sure that we will have some questions. So Mr. Neal gets to go first all the time. So is there anyone else?
I can wait.
I'll go and ask
Mr. Brown. Let's let Mr. Brown start.
My chain link fence question, is it the double X's on here, and is it in the same location as the current fence that's up around the site?
It is the double X line. That said, it is not the same location as where it is shown right now, or where it is at right now currently. Right now it is on the property line. The plan is to move it back to the setback line.
Okay, and have you done studies or sight lines, and does the encroaching into the setback affect sight lines of someone, I guess, exiting from North Hillside Drive onto Old Town Road?
Great question.
Could you repeat that?
So as someone from North Hillside Drive is trying to get out onto Old Town Road, does the new chain link fence and I saw a reference to opaque, something opaque on there, does that fence location affect the ability of someone to see oncoming traffic, coming that way? Does it affect any of that? Has that been looked at with county and DOT or whoever else?
If you're coming down the North Hillside, you only have to worry about traffic coming from your left. You have the whole other
There's
side
no
of the lane
there's
to
no
see
left
coming from the
turn
right.
out of that road?
I don't believe so. Is there?
I ride by it every day, but I don't pay attention to which direction I can go on the street. So it's just a
You're right there.
concern.
You're right there at the fork of 61.
I just know that's usually a requirement of sight lines and being able to view, traffic. There's a median there right now.
Yeah, so you won't be able to go across.
You can take a left out of there, correct? Yeah, so
Okay.
you would need to be able to see oncoming traffic coming from that way. And I just, has that been studied to look at whether this location and any opaque covering, much like what's there now, which I'm sure it's very difficult where it is now to see traffic coming from the Ashley Landing development side?
Not that I am aware of. I know I had another engineer in the office put together that the turning radius. I think that's plan sheet. D02.1. I would have to get back with you on that one to see if there was some kind of review done on that. The new proposed fence would be behind or right on it'd be past the property line. It's on the property line right now, so the new fence would be set back 10 feet from there.
Into the site, is that what you're
Yes, sir.
saying?
Yeah.
So it would help from what is there now, but, okay. I know from my profession that you typically have to deal with sight lines and what you can see when pulling up to an intersection and
Yes, sir.
getting in oncoming traffic. And so I would assume that that same requirement would be here. So, thanks.
I would have to get back to you. I'm pretty sure it was done, but I cannot say for certain. I did not do that one sheet on the plans.
Okay.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's just go one by one of the two or three items that I have, and that is the, tell me if you can pull up the site plan that shows where the tree is. We can blow that up a little bit, maybe, so he can see it, if possible. If not, I'll blow mine up. So my first question is about the tree. What's going there? Is that access, vehicular access for service? Is that a driveway? Is that, there we go, thank you. Is that pervious? Can that be gravel? What's happening right in that area?
It is shown as an impervious area that would be used for machinery and heavy equipment over 50,000 pounds. We would prefer to keep it as a paved area. That way we can move large equipment in and out.
And that's for service or for construction?
For service.
For service, yes.
And construction.
You have 6,000-pound vehicles going in and out of there on a regular basis?
We would not be on a regular basis. There would be vac trucks, and then I believe we're also trying to use it as a emergency preparedness.
I lost you there. Go ahead.
There could be vac trucks, maintenance trucks, removing pumps inside the pump station.
Oh, okay.
And then also emergency preparedness vehicles that CWS would like to pre-position there in case of an emergency.
Okay, and there's no other way to access that? That's the best access?
We have the existing pump station access from...
I was actually looking at it backwards. So really the driveway's coming around the side. Well, wait a minute, no. Yeah, it goes all the way through.
All the way through, yes.
Yeah, it wraps around. Okay, well, at least you answered my question there. My next question was on the chain link fence. I agree with Mr. Brown's comments on the right of way there, on the line of sight, let's just say. So if I was to support it, I would probably add some type of condition that line of sight is being addressed or at least reviewed by staff to make sure that the choice of whatever chain link fence or whatever solution that it comes up with, that the line of sight is being addressed. So really the only other issue I have that I need understanding on is why we can't have a sidewalk on that property. I mean, everybody's putting sidewalks everywhere we can. Why is there an adamant a request to waive that requirement?
We did look at adding a sidewalk along North Hillside Drive. The corner of the lot there, it does have above ground telephone pedestal.
Okay, you got to speak in English for me. You got to dumb it down because I don't know anything you're talking about.
There are some, you see like utility boxes above grade.
Okay.
Sometimes little metal boxes.
Okay.
That belong to like the telephone company and stuff like that.
You can't have a sidewalk around those or anything like that?
You would have to relocate those out of the sidewalk to be ADA compliant. And then also, we would have to install the sidewalk down the length of the property, and it would not be joining into any other sidewalk down there.
Yeah, but it would be the first step of a sidewalk.
It would be the first step, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll buy your argument that you can't have a sidewalk where you're going to have these boxes and things like that, but the areas that you could put a sidewalk down, I mean, that's a neighborhood. So there's people walking and stuff, and I'd hate to have them in the street just because we have a fence and we've got the room there. So I would be, if I make the motion, I'm going to say we're going to put a sidewalk, some type of sidewalk that's not going to interfere with the operations of the CPW, but it's a start because then if somebody else develops something else, they can connect into your sidewalk. So that's just something that I think is always good to add when you've got to have these areas and you're increasing your pump capacity or your waste management capacity, whatever. So I applaud all of it. I like a sidewalk. Unless you want to put a sidewalk on the other side, and then that's somebody else's property, and that would be even harder to do for the CPW. So even if it's a skinny non-pervious, pervious, whatever, I think that would be a good addition to the thing. But that's fine if you don't need to respond. I'm fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that?
We're just trying to be good stewards of CWS's clients' money. We didn't think it needed to be done, but if you guys want a sidewalk, I don't see why we couldn't add that in there. No problem.
There you go.
All right, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Smith had asked first, so you're next.
Just a quick question. You said this fence will be moved back from where it is 10 feet into the lot. Is that what you said?
From where it is currently positioned, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Jordan?
I'm glad to hear good stewards, because good stewards means also good neighbors, especially from a utility that they're financing. So thank you for making that move.
Is that all, Mr. Jordan?
That's it.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Brown?
Going back to the fence, you're asking for chain link fence within the required right-of-way buffer to secure proposed wastewater pump station. Is there a reason you can give me? Is it the transformer location? Like, why can we not pull that fence back into the site more?
There is a little bit of access that we needed to get around.
I'm not seeing all my right-of-way buffers clearly on the plans. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, you might want to switch to sheet C00.30.
Well, it's got to be which. Yeah. What's the title or something? What's the number you said?
The overall piping and grading plan, C00.30. It's right there on the right. Nope, go back. On the right-hand side there.
Well, all right.
It'd be page 39 of your PDF that you're looking at.
39?
Yes.
Under 903?
Yes.
There it is.
Okay.
Where does it cross the right-of-way?
That's where I'm not 100% clear. Where, and maybe this is a question for staff, but hopefully you can answer it. Where is it crossing in? I see a 15-foot setback.
I don't see where it crosses it.
No, we should be outside the right-of-way.
Is it down Old Town Road?
It's shown on both roads.
Yeah, where is it cutting into the required right-of-way buffer?
Oh, I think I see it.
What exactly are you asking is cutting into it?
I'm looking at, well, it's right. I'm looking at page, go to 39. I'm not sure what we're asking right now. There, you can see it right, these lines right there. There's a set right away on one of them. There, right away. It's all the line. It's got to be that line versus that line.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's much. It looks like it's just barely in it.
Can I ask what we're looking at? I think I got lost in some questions.
Page 39, we're looking at the right-of-way, why the 6-foot chain link fence is going into the right-of-way buffer.
6-foot chain link.
And it looks like at the top of the property, it's right on the line, and then when it comes down, it gets skewed.
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time understanding what, how much into it, how far is there room to pull it back? How much would it need to go back? I'm having a hard time telling from the drawings.
The existing fence is on the property line, right-of-way line. The new one would be 10-foot setback with vegetative buffer.
But I'm just trying to understand what it says. Variance request to allow a 6-foot chain link fence within required right-of-way buffer to secure your station. I'm just trying to understand how much of a variance are you asking for? It's hard to tell with this drawing here's my buffer and this fence is 3 feet in it, or is it an inch, or
The fence is not going in there. I don't know if that got updated with where the existing fence was, but the proposed fence would be outside of the right-of-way line.
So you don't need this.
You don't need the buffer.
00903
Well,
case
I
for a.
think they did have an issue with the chain link fencing by itself and wanted the opaque something worked with on that, so it's
the
not
fact
clearly
that it's a
open.
chain link fence and not some other kind of fence.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
that
not
what
sure
the-
where the rest of it came from.
Jenny, can you turn your mic on?
Yeah, it says any proposed fencing that will be constructed within a right-of-way buffer shall not exceed 4 feet in height. Chain link wire, barbed wire are prohibited within the right-of-way
All right, that-
buffers.
It's the type.
Okay, it's the type of fencing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was not.
And the height, I believe.
I apologize
It
for
says
my confusion. That makes better sense to me
The
now.
height and the type.
But it goes back to your issue with line of sight.
Yeah, there's a lot of other. It goes. Yeah, definitely goes back to that. But I didn't understand what this variance was. So.
All right, we've certainly proved that we're not wastewater engineers up here, so that's
Not at all.
that's good. Do we have additional questions for?
I read these plans as a profession too, so I should be able to follow it, and I'm having a hard time. So.
I have no questions.
No.
Can I just make sure I have a clear response on the sidewalk issue? You're not opposed to adding some type of sidewalk in the areas that would not impact boxes that come out of the ground on that side of the ground, on that side of the street?
That is correct. We are not opposed to it.
Thank you.
Does that mean you're going to do it?
If the county wants us to, yes.
I think that's what he's indicating.
Yeah.
He's okay with it.
Well, we'll have some additional discussion at the close of this regarding the sidewalk.
Right.
But yeah. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
No, sir.
All right. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Ma'am, let's let this young lady go first. She's waited patiently for many hours.
I appreciate that. My name is Imogene Thomas. I'm at 1268 Old Town Road, Charleston. I'm exactly 6 houses from this project. I'm sorry I don't like speaking in front of people, but anyway. This is a very dangerous intersection. One person has already been killed here. It's a blind corner. You cannot make a left-hand turn. You come straight across the street. There's a large planting a buffer on this side, planting a buffer on that side. Walgreens is straight across the street. 2-lane traffic up Old Town, 2-lane coming back. It would be impossible for a commercial truck to pull across 2 lanes into an area that's maybe 10 feet long. So you cannot make a left in a commercial vehicle. It's too dangerous. Second thing is waste pump stinks. It smells pretty badly when the wind blows. We don't know how big this is going to be. Is there any pollution requirement? This property backs up to a creek. How are they going to address leaks? There are houses all along this. Granted, this looks like commercial, everything that's red here. But if you go into Hillside Drive, you'll see those are houses on that back side. Even though it's zone commercial, those are houses. So it's surrounded by residential, except for that area right there on the right as you come down St. Andrews and go on to Old Town Road. We're residential. We're 130 properties. Notice did not go out to the neighborhood. I put the word out on our Facebook page, but I think nobody knows how big it is, how tall it's going to be. We should have a sidewalk. We have walkers. We have bikers. People go to the drugstore. I see this as an accident waiting to happen. If they try to come out on Old Town, they need to come out on Old Hillside, come around the block, come out Hillside. I can't think of anything else. I would like to know how large it's going to be. Is it 1 story, 2 story, 10,000 square feet? Don't have any information on that. And I'm really worried about the leaks, the smell. That fence does not need to be right down the road. Like I said, one person's already been killed on that corner because it's a blind corner. Fence needs to be further back. We need buffers. How noisy is it going to be? Are we going to be able to sleep at night? Because like I say, from that place on, it's houses. So you don't see the houses, you just see the commercial. That next street is residential. And there are actually 2 houses right beside this lift station. The one next door is $1,295,000. I guarantee you they don't know this pump station's going there, or they would not have built that house. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, hold 1 second. Let's see if we got any questions up here for you. All right. Mr. Neal?
Yeah, you mentioned walkers and bikers and stuff. So do you believe the sidewalk in that area, even if it's not on the full length of Hillside Drive, would help walkers in that area?
Yes, sir. They're actually redoing the North Bridge and going to be putting a pedestrian and bike path on that North Bridge. Everything is a sidewalk all the way up. So if they eliminate that sidewalk, there's a lot of children in this area. Sidewalk should be mandatory.
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, are you referring to the sidewalk on Old Town Boulevard or the one
Yes, sir.
on
The way
Hillside?
they've got that privacy metal fence now, it's right on the sidewalk. So if they move that buffer more, I don't care how short the fence is, you still won't be able to see over at the turn.
The applicant will clarify this in a second, but according to the plans that we've reviewed so far, that sidewalk will remain and the fence will move further away from the sidewalk. A vegetated buffer will be in place of where that existing fence is.
Right. Like I said, we can't tell how far off the street that's going to be because we don't know where the buffer was originally. To say we're moving it forward, well, how far back was it in the first place? See,
Right.
because it's fenced. And that fence went up maybe, I'm going to say a year ago. It is one ugly fence. It would be better to be wood. There's a wood fence right next to it. It'd be much better to be a
Right.
wooden privacy fence.
I believe staff has some suggestions that could alleviate those concerns.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions for Ms. Thomas? All right, Ms. Thomas, thank you so much
Thank you.
for your time this evening. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address, and why we should oppose this request.
First, I'd like to thank the board for all they do for Charleston County.
Pull the mic up. Just
First,
pull it up. You don't have to bend over. Pull it up. Yep.
My name is Jay Witt. I live at 68 Fort Royal Avenue with my wife, Kate. And I've been in Charleston County since 1999, went to college at Charleston. I'm in the medical field. I do have an inactive commercial real estate license, so I'm well aware, as the board is, of all the development we've had, the good, the bad. And, for me, the reason that I'm opposed for this is mainly, as Emma Jean stated, Donald Benjamin is not only, a senior employee of Charleston Water System, but the project itself is being used as a public utility use to provide a wastewater pump station. But it sits adjacent to among several residential properties that Emma Jean stated, which is also ours. And he's also a owner of North Hillside Drive and owns several properties in that area. So I think that is very important for the board to recognize. And I think just going into looking at building this and going through, our entire Fort Royal Avenue was blocked off for 14 days while they were trying to get access to the storm water. Their permit expired with Charleston County 2 days before they were done with the project. We had 4 driveways that were impacted, as well as Fort Royal which has an actual red light. Also, as Imogene stated, there's been a death in that area. It is a very, very dangerous site. You can barely take a left with a red light out of there. If not, someone's going to come around that corner and hit you. Again, if you've been in that area, you can see the 61. I mean, it is dangerous. So that's a major safety concern. It's also important to note about the grand oak being removed. One of our neighbors on 1 West Pawnee Drive, Miss Grady, applied for probably 5 years ago to have a grand oak removed. The board did deny that. If we're looking at environmental, we're looking at, protection of Charleston County, that is something that I would highly oppose. And then as we kind of go through, just kind of closing up, I think it's important to note, again, we're deeply concerned, property owner and applicants, the current representative of Charleston Water System, how we were inconvenienced. We've got a crack in our driveway, also in our garage from big machinery. Some of that machinery is left overnight in our neighbor's yard. It makes me think I don't see anything different than what he's going to do over there. And for me, having an interest in property that he owns in that area, I'm concerned that there's going to be some type of dual conflict, potential for preferential treatment when he is a public official representing, and he's getting an exception which is going to enhance the value of his private real estate holdings. It undermines trust in the process and fairness for all residents. Thank you.
All right, hold 1 second. Let's see if we have any questions. Any questions from the board? Mr. Jordan?
So what about smells and leaks? What do you think of that?
Well, we already get them now. So having a bigger...
You've had some leaks?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn it into DHEC or somebody?
We have not. That's been a constant issue in that area with the smell. Obviously, the smell comes from the leaks. There is a tidal creek right behind that. We haven't seen anything to present to us that that's not going to continue happening. The other issue that we also have is flooding, as we all know. That has not been addressed either. Is a bigger site, a bigger rendering, going to create more flooding for the area, which we obviously cannot afford.
But they can't somebody correct if y'all don't turn it in.
Sir?
It can't be corrected if y'all don't turn it in as a neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Neal?
I need to make sure I heard something correct, and I don't really want to go far on it, but I want to make sure just for the record. You made a statement about a CPW employee living in the neighborhood getting preferential treatment, or did I mishear something right?
No, sir. I said that Mr. Benjamin, the owner of that property, is a Charleston Waterworks employee.
Which property are you talking about?
The one that he owns on Hillside, which is right by there. He has public interest and ownership in Hillside.
But it's not about the property that they're developing. Yeah, which property, if you don't mind looking at this map, which property are you referring to that this gentleman owns?
I believe it is...
By that number, by these numbers, the TMS numbers or whatever. I'm just trying to understand your point.
Sure. 1136 Old Town Road. He has ownership interest in that. And he also has ownership interest in North Hillside Drive, which is right adjacent to that area. You can see it right there on the map.
So your statement is that because they have ownership interest in properties near this property, what is your point again?
My point is, do we really know what his validity of him doing this, if in fact it's going to be a public or private interest of his real estate holdings?
Okay.
As a government employee.
Okay. I just don't understand the point you're making, but it's fine that you have the right to make any point you want. I was just trying to understand it, and I don't. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Smith?
So if he owns property nearby and he could possibly stand to benefit, and you own property nearby, do you think that you might benefit? from
Yeah.
them rebuilding this water pump station?
It depends on what he's actually going to put there. If it's more commercial or water treatment, whatever it may be, I don't know. I mean, we don't even know what the rendering of this is going to be at this point.
And you've experienced the leaks and the smell currently. You don't
Right.
think that them rebuilding it might help fix that or might improve your quality of life?
I don't know. We haven't seen any renderings. We haven't seen any studies they've done with flooding, water treatment, waste, anything of that nature. I think everything is very preliminary at this point, and there needs to be more work done.
Mr. Brown?
Do you have an HOA or a neighborhood association that?
We do, but again, this information was not very, I'd say it's not very public posted for the rest of our neighbors to come in. And I think that you need to hear from more people besides myself and Emma Jean, because it was not actually publicly posted for everybody to come and hear. But from what I can hear from the neighborhood.
Are you saying that this meeting was not
Yes, sir.
publicly posted?
Well, it was posted with signs there, but
Yeah.
no one in the neighborhood was really aware of this meeting.
Everybody was.
No, nobody got a letter.
I was
didn't get a
thinking
letter.
that you were expecting some kind of presentation or something from CPW to come and talk to the homeowners association as to what they were doing.
No, I'm
okay,
sir. I'm just saying that nothing was provided to us. I never received a letter. The only thing that we received was Coastal Utilities that represented Charleston Water System, that they were going to be working in the very front. There was never any mention of a meeting or anything of that nature.
The notice would be from Charleston County about this meeting.
We didn't get anything.
Okay, are you one of those with a number?
I am at 68 Fort Royal, yes.
Well, I don't
in
know.
West Pawnee.
What's 68?
You're right there. If you look right above.
What's the number on the map?
68. It's right. You see Fort Royal, West Pawnee Drive. It's basically you're going Old Town, where the red light is the first.
You need the number that's on this.
Yeah,
It's
002,
087.
003.
087?
It's 087, yes.
Oh.
I can't see it. I apologize.
So it's on the other side of the street.
Do you see it on the
So
map? Show me.
Oh, number 3.
Yeah, it's on the north side of Fort Royal Drive,
Right.
above
Not following the
003.
Okay, so no,
So-
you did not get a letter.
Sorry, my eyesight's bad too.
You're outside the range of the letter.
Okay.
But what do we post, like 5 signs then?
Yeah, so your neighbors on the other side of the street would have been notified about this meeting. They would have received something in the mail indicating that the CPW had applied for these variances.
So that goes back to, I guess, with the neighborhood association. You said this fence has been in place for a year or so, but y'all haven't talked to or seen anything. The neighborhood hasn't been informed about some sort of what the plans are.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, she can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
She has to wait a.
Yeah.
Okay.
She can't just jump up and answer. So.
Okay. Civic Club. It's right.
Understood. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Ma'am, were you sworn in?
I did swear.
Okay. All right. State your name and address for the record and tell us why we should oppose.
Yeah, of course. And thank
Pull the
you.
mic down, please, so we can hear you.
Vertical challenges I have. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Kate Witt, and I live on 68 Fort Royal Avenue. For the record, it's right across the street from 003 on the map. And I'm here because really, I'm really for, enhancing our community. And of course, I don't want to, I want to help out with water, and have clean water, and not have leaks. But what I do care about is in the interim, what kind of pain are we going to be going through? And in terms of traffic, there's no way you're not going to be shut down St. Andrews for, a decent amount of time. There's no way those trucks are going to have trouble getting in and out of, Hillside. There's just no way. And then on top of it, like everybody that, you mentioned you bike, right? I walk down to that harbor like all the time. So I guess where I'm going with this is there has to be, permits for what they're doing, like held accountable so if things aren't being done the right way. Sorry, I'm a little nervous for some reason. Because we didn't even know we were going to have, we weren't going to be able to go in and out of our house for like 2 weeks, right? We got like a note on our door saying that the city of Charleston gave, coastal utilities the okay to close off our road, or that, it was really going to affect somebody else's house, not our house. But then, it was like a whole thing for like 2 weeks. But why I'm saying this and why I'm here is because I don't want that to happen again. I don't want what is written down and presenting to you one thing, and then but the reality of the situation is totally something else, because that is painful. Waters, like our water will be shut down, or if something gets nicked, inevitably you can't shut down. You can't plan for like somebody breaking a pipe during these types of projects, right? But the reality of the situation is it happened to us, right? So, it's just, that's what my concern is because it's not just like a little thing, it's a very big thing. And I just want to make sure that, number one, there's accountability, and that's pretty much it. It's really accountability and properly planned, and that, whatever, if this does go through, and I'm all for sidewalk.
All right,
Totally for sidewalk.
Ms. Witt, thank you for your comments. And I can assure you, we're just one step in the process of them obtaining all the permits that are required to actually construct on this property. There will be much more in-depth reviews than this layperson board can actually provide for this project.
Thank you for this.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we have exhausted the number of people in the room. So I don't think there's anyone else to speak in opposition to this project. So at this time, you have the right to rebut the opposition that you've heard so far.
Okay, there was a lot to unpack there. There was a lot of comments, and I think there's some misconception as to what Charleston Water System does versus what the city of Charleston does. Let me just clarify that Charleston Water System is not in the stormwater business. So whatever project they were referring to where they were shut down for 14 days, I don't believe is a Charleston Water System project. It's not a wastewater. That was a stormwater project. We're both used to be CPWs, hence why we changed our name to Charleston Water System, to try to clarify that. Sometimes it gets confused. As far as the odor control, wastewater is a messy business, and there are odors. One of the reasons we're replacing this pump station is because the existing pump station and its odor control can't keep up. It has structural conditions that are potential to fail. That is a big reason we are replacing this. We understand there is the creek behind it. We're trying to prevent leaks. We're not aware of any leaks that occur. When we are made aware of leaks, we report it to the Department of Environmental Services, DHEC, old DHEC. We report anything over 500 gallons. We put postings up and let the neighborhood know that there has been an SSO, sanitary sewer overflow. As far as the size of the pump station, this one will be about 6,000 gallons a minute. We are upgrading it a little bit from about 3,500 gallons a minute or so. Just round number, that's about 8.5 million gallons a day. It's a significant amount of wastewater. There is an 18-inch gravity sewer that comes all the way from where the Publix is all the way down Old Town Road. Everything to the east to the marsh comes into that main. Everything towards Cosgrove Bridge comes into that main. Everything over towards Ashley River Road comes to that main. So when I say this is a regional pump station, it truly is a regional pump station. There are other pump stations within this service area that come to pump station 39. 39 then has a 20-inch force main that pumps all the way to the West Ashley Greenway and pumps into our tunnel shaft that goes to Plum Island at Albemarle Road. So it is a significant pump station. Continuous improvements, if there was anything there that It was with our existing pump station. We try to do what we can. The sound, I heard a sound complaint. We will have a blower for our odor control system that will have a sound attenuation enclosure over the top of it, as well as our generator will have a sound enclosure. So that's an emergency generator in case of storms, whatnot. The blower will most likely run probably 24/7. Most of the time we have those rated at somewhere below 70 decibels or so at the property line, which is within the city's ordinance for sound. The fence, a lot of talk about the fence. The sidewalk along Old Town Road, I don't think we're touching. Nothing is being changed there. We can certainly, if it's practical, put the sidewalk in up North Side Drive. The fence, I'll just try to clarify, the fence is currently what I understand is on the right-of-way line. There is a 25-foot buffer that one of these variances is to reduce that to 10 feet, and that's where our new fence will be. So it'll be not the right-of-way line, but 10 feet back with landscape in front of it. So I kind of there were some questions from the board about the site distance with the fence, but we're being asked to put landscape in front of the fence to hide that. So in my mind, the landscape is more of the issue than the fence is the issue as far as site distance to the right. As far as the road and the intersection, I'll agree it's probably not the best intersection, but we are doing nothing to change the intersection. If you can take a left on there legally, that continues. We're doing nothing to the roadway. All of our limits of disturbance is confined by the existing property. We own, yes, the property adjacent. When it was referred to me owning property, I don't own any of this property. This is all Charleston water system. Yes, we have other properties within Hillside. Those are pump stations as well. So I have no personal interest in any of these properties. They are all owned by Charleston Water. But literally, the pump station that we're replacing is next door, and that's why we bought the adjacent property. There is a 24-inch gravity sewer line that's about 12 foot deep that comes across Old Town Road. The easiest thing to do is build the pump station directly adjacent. I think we have maybe 100 feet of 30-inch pipe to get to it. The rest of it is all on site. It's the same type of wet well, mechanics, generator, everything is going to be contained on the site. I mentioned stormwater, real estate holdings, I mentioned that. Like I said, leaks, we're not aware of any leaks. If there are, we report them. And if anybody does find any leaks, please call us. That's not what we want. A lot of talks about permits. There may be some street blocking just because of where we're tying into the gravity sewer in the right-of-way, but we're not planning to close down, Old Town Road nor Hillside Drive. Like I said, the limits of disturbance is all on the site. If there was any street blocking temporary, it would all have traffic control in accordance with SCDOT standards. And then we have a very specific construction sequence. One of the things we have to do is we have to keep the existing pump station in operation while we're building the new one. So there are some critical tie-ins that go on there. First thing we do is demolish the generator pad, existing one, but we've got a temporary hookup for it because we've got to have backup generation for the existing station while we're building the new one. So a very sophisticated, even both properties together is still very constrained for what we're trying to do. So it's very sophisticated that the contractor has to follow. I think that's about it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Sure. Mr. Jordan, down here, start with him.
Your words, if it's practical, does not sound like a commitment to put a sidewalk in to me.
We'll put a sidewalk in.
So it is practical.
Sure.
Thank you. Also, have y'all reached out to this neighborhood?
Yeah.
Are you going to?
Do
you want to hear from the people that live there? I mean, I'm sure you don't have a pump station in your neighborhood.
I do not.
But so don't you think y'all should listen to them?
We can reach out and we can let them know what our project is. Typically, we would do that by the time construction is.
Why don't you tell them tonight before you leave when y'all can come to the neighborhood meeting?
Okay.
I'm an old neighborhood council president myself. I know that's important.
We'll let them know.
Mr. Neal.
I am not a neighborhood former president, but I think your explanation has been very detailed, and I appreciate that. I do wish that CPW had taken time to meet with the entire neighborhood, or at least sent out notice of, hey, this is what our plans are. You said it yourself in the very beginning introduction that this was a $10 million project.
Yes.
For a $10 million project, you should inform the neighbors. So, we're not going to. If I make the motion, I won't put it in our conditions to meet with the neighborhood. But I think being good stewards, which I know the CPW is, I think you should have some type of informational meeting for that group, so that you don't have people wandering around what's going on. Is this two-story? Is this going to do? It sounds like all the improvements you're going to make are going to make things better. They're going to be quieter. They're going to be softer. It's going to be less smelling, things like that. Well, they need to hear that type of stuff. I appreciate your willingness to add a sidewalk at whatever length is available, or the ability to help that neighborhood, again, be a good steward. So I appreciate all your efforts on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Benjamin? All right. Thank you for your time this evening for the thorough presentation. All right. With that, are there any questions for staff before we entertain a motion? Mr. Neal.
We're doing 4 individual motions, or can we group them?
We have to do them individually.
But my only question on that, and the reason I asked it, is because the staff recommendations, the additional conditions, were all grouped together. That's why I don't know how to break them up if I was to make the motion.
I think you can still make them with all 5. If we get to one that doesn't pass and that particular condition doesn't apply, we would strike it at that point.
All right. Well.
So we need to make individual motions for each individual variance.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, there's 5 variances, right?
Right.
If nobody else will, I will. I don't.
Mr. Neal, please.
Oh gosh, I'll talk a lot now. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with, obviously, we'll start with case BZA 0925009000. Let me get my chart out here. In the case of 1136 Old Town Road for 00900, I make a motion to approve the variance request to encroach more than 25% of the protected root zone. Believe it meets all 7 criteria for the zoning variances. Number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It's right on a corner. It's adding to the existing space. This is a very strange, and it's got wetlands on the back of it, so it clearly meets that case. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. You've got commercial, you've got residential, so it clearly meets that criteria. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of this property. This isn't a residential house property. This is a property for a utility system that is greatly needed in this area and is being upgraded. So I believe it meets that criteria because of the utilization of the property. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent property or to public good. Well, it clearly is for the public good because we're trying to add better water quality in the area. So it clearly meets that. But they are also taking into consideration for the neighborhood or the smell, any other conditions that they're trying to improve. I don't know how long that old pump station has been there, but obviously this is the newer version. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. No, that would be put on the developers and all the people that have moved into that area and just in that general vicinity. So it clearly meets criteria 6. In criteria 7, the granting of this variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan for the purposes of this ordinance. The comp plan needs pump stations. They need upgraded pump stations, which take more space and land. So it clearly meets that variance. I would also like to include all of staff recommendations, conditions for this variance on 00900. That is my.
All right, we have a motion that's been made. Do we have a second? Ms. Smith with the second. All right, is there any discussion? We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. That was unanimous, so that motion carries. So we've got one variance down. So let's move to 901, please.
All right.
Mr. Brown, you want to take over? This is an unusual procedural move here. I love it. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let him go. No, let him go. I'll take the next one.
So for BZA case 09250091 for a variance request to allow a curb cut less than 75 feet from the intersection of North Hillside Drive and Old Town Road, I make a motion that we approve this variance request. It meets all 7 criteria. Number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It's located where it is at this intersection, and I think it makes the most sense to have a cut through for the heavy equipment and trucks that are going to be coming in. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. I think that goes without saying, but it is where the property is where it is. Because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I feel that's the case. If the pass-through or the cut-through drive is not there, it's going to be very hard to get the heavy equipment in and out on Old Town Road. Number 4, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good or the character of the zoning district. I think that's still the case. There's plenty of cuts in that area of the street, and with the additional sidewalk and landscaping, I think it might actually end up looking okay. The Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variant to the effect of which would allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. I think that's also another allowed use in this area. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. As Mr. Neals said before, the developer developed this piece of property and it's the shape that it is. And number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance.
And you're going to incorporate staff.
The conditions of staff that are all stated here, I think there's 1 through 5 with multiple parts of number 4.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Neal. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous as well, so that motion carries. So we will move to 902.
All right, I'll take that one if you want me to. Mr. Chair, case BZA 0925000902. I move that we approve the request for variance to reduce the required vegetative buffers for the construction of a major utility service use. I feel that it meets all 7 criteria of the zoning variances. Condition number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. We have stated numerous times the shape of this property and the use of this property is limited, and so there are definitely exceptional conditions, especially with the wetlands on the rear. Condition number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Other property in the vicinity are residential and commercial. None of them have a public use for the greater good. Condition number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of this property. This property, they've got some serious question marks on how they're going to tie in their systems from one to the other while they keep the pump system going. So they've got extraordinary conditions here that they have to meet. So it clearly meets that criteria. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. Again, this is meeting the public good. This is exactly what this type of property is to be used for. They have put in, we are making conditions to the property as part of this motion that will limit any issues, smell and sight lines and things like that with the fencing. So I believe we've addressed that criteria. Item number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals should not grant a variance which would be allow the establishment of the use not otherwise permitted. It's already the adjacent property is already being used as a pump station. This is going to be used as a pump station, but a newer, improved model, which will obviously help the greater good in the surrounding neighborhood and the surrounding regional area. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, this has nothing to do with CPW other than upgrading the facility and bringing a more modern and newer one, and hopefully will limit the problems that they were having in that area. And criteria number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purpose of this ordinance. No, you have to have areas like this, pump stations, mixed into the residential areas, and there's already one there, so we're not adding one, we're just replacing one with a newer version. I would like to include in my motion staff's conditions that were previously stated in the other motions.
Got a motion made by Mr. Neal, seconded by Mr. Brown.
I got a question before I second anything.
Hold on, we need a second before we can have discussion.
I got to have a second before I can do it? Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. Sorry. Well, I'll second it then.
All right, we got a second. Now we can have discussion.
All right. So, I'm not sure who to ask the question of, but I think part of my comment on the next one fits in with this, with our sight lines and the height of the required vegetative buffer and whatnot. Is there any language that we can add as a stipulation into either the next one or this one that maintains?
Well, I think that would be part of the site plan review process.
The conditions, I think it's included in the conditions if I remember reading them correctly. This is variance for, where was the 5? Yeah, we need the 5. It's got down there a landscape plan, complete the site plan review process. I mean, if you wanted to add something about contemplating or taking in consideration site view, line of sight to ensure client line of sight, I would entertain that. But I mean, unless Ms. Working says that's already considered.
Yeah, it'd be good to add it if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you have a opinion about the material of the fence or something, that, we're open on that. But
This one's specific to the landscaping, so we'd have to do it the fence.
Yeah, the next one's the
Right.
fence. This one's the landscape. Well, one's going to be the height of the landscaping and stuff, I believe, is with the definition of why we're even considering the fence.
Well, the buffer, this one is the one where they're just reducing the size of the width of the buffers.
Yeah, but they're moving it back 10 from where it currently is.
They're moving the fence back.
They're moving the fence back 10.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the 25-foot buffer is now 10, so.
Well, I think you could easily add to this, although section 1, just say, say sightline. So just add that to the line of number 1. I would be fine to amend my motion to include that modification. You just make it 1, just extend the sentence prior to zoning permit approval. The applicant shall complete the site plan review process to include, to ensure line of sight.
Is not
visibility.
obstructed.
Is not obstructed.
Right.
Does that make sense, Ms. Working? I'm fine with that. And
All right, you made the motion, so you have amended the motion. The second is the one that requested it, so I'm a...
I'll second it too.
All right, any more discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that was unanimous as
just
well.
include that in
So
the-
that
go ahead and do
motion
the next
carries.
and
All
just
right.
include that as a modification, that one too.
We're on 903, the chain link fence. Mr. Brown.
Make a motion to approve the variance request for BZA case 0925000903. Feel that it meets all 7 requirements, but I will have change to the staff requirements on that. Number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. It is where it is on the site, and it's developed that way, and I think we just need to work with that to have a utility that provides what it needs to provide to the surrounding community. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. I feel this is the case based on the piece of property and its adjacency to the current pump station. Because of these conditions, application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I believe that if that would be the case, if we shrunk and did not allow this fence to be where they are proposing it to be. Number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property of the public good and the character of the zoning district. If we can come to terms on sightlines. Number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. I think fences and opaque fences are allowed in the area. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Believe that, how to put that one, the site is where it is, and I guess there's just not enough room to put the pump station as it needs to be without putting the fence where it's going to be located. And number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. I would say accepting that motion also with the staff's suggestions along with verifying the sight lines are still a part of it, and then suggesting that, and as far as number 5 goes, thoroughly explore and focus on number 5, exploring options to being a chain link fence.
Second.
All right, we have a motion that has been made and properly made by Mr. Brown, properly seconded by Mr. Neal. I'll ask a question. So, are we recommending a change to the 5th condition here? I take it as it reads the way it needs to read for staff to.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused of whether we're accepting a chain link fence, but then this says shall work with staff to explore. I guess I was just making emphasis in number 5 that they should explore other options.
Okay.
Is that viable?
Does staff understand? Do you have questions? You have to deal with whatever we pass up here.
Yeah,
Do you understand, Sally?
Yeah.
All right. That's all that we need.
All that matters.
All right. So we have a motion that has been made, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Nope, that motion carries unanimously as well. So we have one left that is related to the request for the sidewalk variance.
And I'm ready to make the motion on that, Mr. Chair, but I need some guidance from either council or yourself or staff on the variance is here to waive the requirement. Well, the applicant has said that they're fine with putting some type of sidewalk in there, and obviously there's going to be some obstructions that we don't want to require the sidewalk. Well, if we require the sidewalk, we don't need the variance. So I'd like to say that we would work with staff, but that would be a condition to maximize an area of sidewalk that is not inhibited by the areas needed for stuff. I don't know how to say it.
Should we deny the request?
Well,
but if you deny it, then they can't put anything. They got to put something.
They're going to put the sidewalks in, just have them withdraw the request.
Okay.
What's that?
Defer on that one, but I thought based on what the applicant said, this was going to be a moot issue, and that was being basically
withdrawn.
Being withdrawn.
All right. So is the applicant withdrawing the request for for removing the sidewalk, or would you like for the board to vote on the matter?
So you're withdrawing your request?
All right.
Yeah, that's easier.
Okay. All right. So do we need to vote on anything related to withdrawal of the request, or we accept the applicant's withdrawal? That would be a question for
council. Yeah.
All right. Just send in a letter noting the withdrawal to staff, please. That would be very helpful. All right. Well, then that concludes this particular matter. In your request, I guess we passed 4 of the 5 that were requested. So congratulations. Your application has been granted. Staff will notify you within 10 days of the next steps in the process, and we definitely appreciate your time and energy and effort into this one tonight. All right. Ms. Working, do we have any other business to attend to?
No, but he said he would. He said he would meet with the neighborhood. Yeah, I don't know if he announced it.
Okay.
He's meeting with the leader over there.
Yes, so our next meeting is right after Thanksgiving, December 1st. We're going to start at 4 o'clock, and it's 10 new cases. We do have an electrical substation next month. Yeah. And everyone has completed the requirements for 2025.
Yay.
Good job, team.
Thanks to you, yeah.
Yeah.
Look up for us.
Yeah. And we just need to look at the schedule and make a motion for the schedule. What we're recommending, I think by talking to several board members, that we just start at 4 o'clock, so we're not having to figure that out every time. But in July and September, it would be 5 o'clock because of the hearings that happened before this
Hey,
meeting.
Charleston Water Systems, can you guys step outside for the conversation? Thank you.
And the public hearing for March won't start till 5 either because we have annual.
Meeting here.
Yeah. Does anyone have any issues, questions, comments?
Can we get a motion to approve the schedule?
I make a motion to approve the schedule.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we got Mr. Brown with the motion, Mr. Neal with the second. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous as well. So there you go, Mrs. Working. Thank you so much for pulling the schedule together. All right, is there anything else? We're adjourned. Let's go home.
Bingo.
Thanks for handling that difficult one.
That wasn't really, that one.